afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, March 2nd. And to start our work session off today, we will be having a joint conversation with the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Board. And so we have a bunch of people joining us on Zoom. Here in the room, I'm the chair, Kelly McNicholas Curry. Also with me is Commissioner Patty Clapper, who's our vice chair, and Terry Anderson helping us on Zoom. And I think how to proceed, we'll have Open Space and Trails staff present the budget supplementals, and then Amy, if you want to check in with your board for questions and conversation and direction, and then I'll check in with the BOCC with questions and direction, and we'll move forward that way. So with that, hi Gary Tenenbaum.
Hello, Kelly. Thanks for having us, and it's always it's a pleasure that we do these 4 times a year. These joint meetings with both the Open Space Board and the BOCC. It's a good time to check in, and especially when we do budget supplementals, we like to do them together because, you know, the way that our charter is set up and the fund's set up, I want both boards to hear about the budget supplemental and be able to comment so everybody can hear everybody else on it. And then, you know, obviously it'll go to the BOCC for final approval. But the Open Space Board today will be making a recommendation on each one to you guys, but they want to hear if you guys have any comments on any of them too. So with that, I will start it. I'll just start the way it is in your packet. And so the first budget supplemental in your packet is the Sky Mountain Park Ecological Restoration. And I will turn that over to Liza and to go over it. But overall, we didn't have all the budget numbers for the budget for 2020 when we went through the budget. We didn't have them all. Now we do. This is an exciting project. We've been working on this one since we acquired Sky Mountain Park. It's to make those illegally built irrigation ponds disappear and try to restore this area, which is huge scenic area. Everyone on Brush Creek Road passes this. So with hiring Liza, this has moved along much quicker. So I will turn it over to her and go through it with you guys.
Great, thanks, Gary. So just quickly to provide the context, following up on Gary, that there were both these old irrigation ponds. It was a chain of 3. We're keeping one of them. The other 2 were redundant. And so that plan has been in the works. And the grading was accomplished last year. We did a dormant seeding that's currently out there sitting underneath the snow. So that project, right, for this budget supplemental, is going to be combined with the sagebrush test plots, which is the effort to try to figure out the best method of using local ecotypic native seed to restore that old pasture and connect that habitat type. So the reason those 2 are being combined together is that they both are going to require some sort of infrastructure, including wildlife protection fencing, and so that's just to keep the plants from being overbrowsed right after we put them in. And also they both require irrigation. So we're sort of putting them together for this right now. As you see in your packet, there's sort of 4 components that have increased the cost of the project for this year. The big one is the which we did not include a budget for during the budgeting season. In 2019 and 2020, we were investigating that system. It looks like there's an irrigation system out there. However, we discovered that it is broken. Many of the main lines underground are broken. The pump is not in functioning condition. And so through that investigation, we've been trying to figure out the best approach. And everything, you know, we considered a fairly expensive variable pump that could change in size and eventually reach the whole pasture area. And we also, on the other end of the spectrum, looked at sort of a gravity-fed system out by the sagebrush test plots and have finally come up with a a reasonable approach that is, it'll probably be around 40,000 is our guess for the materials install at this point, and that'll be a replacement pump and temporary above ground system that will reach both the test pods and the pond area. So that's the first component. The second one is adapting the design for the sagebrush test pots themselves. And as I mentioned, one of our goals is to use local native seed source. And so we collected sagebrush seed from several open space properties this fall. November is when that is ready. And turns out the drought also impacts native seeds, and so there wasn't a great seed set. We didn't get enough seeds to implement as planned. However, we got enough to implement something, and so we're in the process of redesigning what that implementation looks like. It'll probably be just seeding at a lighter rate and adjusting some seed mixes and whatnot. So that's really just consultant support, both from the nursery that is doing the grow out of some of the seed and from our on-call consultants. I can stop before I go. I should just check in and see if there's questions on any of those two components first.
Okay, I'm going to invite the Open Space and Trails Chair, Amy Barrow, if you want to check in with your board.
Sure. Graham, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I was just wondering, Liza, when is the pond project scheduled to be totally completed, A? And B, when would we start to see results of the sagebrush re-veg project?
Great question. We could get the pond area completed this year with this additional funding. The alternative that we looked at in order to proceed with our current budget amount would be actually putting that pond project on hold and leaving it just graded with the dormant seeding and coming back next year. So that is an option. However, when you look at the irrigation and fencing components, there are actually cost savings in doing them all together in the total sum that we would spend on those two components. So assuming we get this money, we can go ahead and we're lined up to procure the plants, do the planting this summer, get the fence in, irrigation, and then it's kind of set, and then just need to get the plants established. In terms of the sagebrush test pots, that is, we'll probably have a fairly good idea after 2 or 3 years, but it is sort of a long-term process that at some point that fencing will come down, and but the wildlife protection fencing will probably be up for a minimum of 3 years to get those sagebrush plants established. And then we'll continue to monitor in the long run to see a lot of times things can change.
Liza, you're breaking up a little. Do you want to maybe turn your video off to see if we have a better connection?
Sure. Sorry.
That's okay.
And Liza, you mentioned that you don't have quite enough native seed to do it the way that you'd like to this year. How do you feel that will impact kind of the test plot aspect and how we move forward? Is that something that we would need to readdress in the next year and overseed again, or how do you see, again, perhaps another budgetary item? How do you see that functioning?
I don't think we would have to reseed again. The planned seeding rate was on the higher end originally, and so that was suggested by one of our consultants in doing some further research, talking with the Upper Colorado Environmental Plant Center folks that have done some, bigger seeding projects for National Park Service and whatnot. He's provided some helpful information that, seeding at a lighter rate with the sagebrush may be a good thing in the long run. If you look at an intact sagebrush system, those shrubs are actually fairly dispersed. And so it's not something that we need a very dense coverage in. It's more about getting those plants established. So if nothing comes up, we would have to reconsider, but we're fairly confident that just by spreading out the seed that we have, we'll at least get a sense of which of the treatments is most effective.
Gotcha. Thanks. Any other open space board questions? on this piece for Liza? All right, great,
Okay.
thanks.
I'll check in with the BOCC. Any questions on these topics so far about the irrigation and seeding and such? Greg?
Yeah, hi, thanks. I just had my video turned off, but I've been listening. I always hear about how problematic sagebrush reseeding is. And I did a little bit of research on it. I think one of the last times we discussed it in another location. And I know there was at the Natural History Museum in Salt Lake City has a lot of experience with that. And just wanted to throw that out as a reference. You might Google them. And I think they ended up doing replantings rather than seedings. I just keep hearing how hard this is. So if it doesn't work, also looking at water, looking at the issues with just water going forward, is there a drier alternative that has been considered, considering we may be entering a drought cycle? And is this the right thing to be doing, looking at a drier valley right in there? Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. In response to your first question, I do have that Salt Lake City place on my radar. And then if you're looking at the actual treatments that we are testing, well, first of all, the high altitude nature of the sagebrush here is part of what makes it unique and challenging, and also part of why it is so critical to conserve, because it's a fairly remnant habitat, but pretty important for biodiversity here. So looking at the treatments, one of them will be a seedling planting. So we'll grow out sort of the seed to a plug size, install that, and be able to compare that to the direct seeding. So we'll get some feedback on those two side by side. And then we'll also be looking at water versus not water. So half of the plots will receive irrigation and half will not. So we do sort of get some feedback on that long-term success rate of plant establishment. Again, we'll be monitoring this over the long run so we can see how it lasts or doesn't last. And the other factor is that we want to make sure that what we learn from this will be replicable and scalable. So if there are places where we do not have irrigation, can we still establish this sagebrush seed, and what will that look like? So it's sort of a mini trial for situations like that.
Great, thanks. I'm looking forward to it, to seeing what happens.
Okay, any other BOCC questions for Liza right now? Okay, seeing none, Liza, if you want to go on with the presentation.
Great, thanks. I want to make sure folks can hear me better this way too.
I think so.
Great. So the last two components are just an increase in prices for materials and labor. This may be something that you have all already seen in various projects or will be seeing. Lumber, steel, all materials. My best guess in talking to folks is that it is related to the pandemic, supply chain issues, as well as demand for construction materials right now. And along with that construction boom is a premium on construction labor that we're seeing. And so, you know, these laborers can pick and choose from the projects, and it is going to cost us a little bit more than we expected. So that's our estimate, average 20% increase on these different components. Part of that is a wildlife specific fencing, which factors into this next one. And this is the same fence that we put in out at Aloha, and is an 8-foot tall fence in order to exclude the elk. And it also, it's nice for the scenic component in that it's a black material rather than a silver material. And being along that Brush Creek Road, we thought that was worth considering, as well as people drive up and down, to be able to still see the plants through the fence and whatnot. So that is the final component, is getting some on tractors to install that wildlife specific fencing.
Okay,
And
Amy.
that's it.
Amy, do you want to check in with your board for questions and discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. Does anyone have any comments on the fencing piece? And I do have a question. I know you said 8 foot tall with the black fencing, which I definitely appreciate. What are the posts for that fence?
I don't know exactly material. They're also black. I believe it's steel, but it might be aluminum. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the visibility of this from Brush Creek, because this is going to be very visible. And I think there's going to be a lot of people who are wondering what we're doing. Are we doing any like community outreach and or signage on site or otherwise to help people understand like why we're putting up 8-foot tall fencing in what appears to be at least, I mean, I know it doesn't look awesome right now, but it's still an open meadow that all of a sudden you're going to have this grid of fencing up along one of our, you know, kind of important corridors going up to Snowmass that people will be seeing very much on a daily basis.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up. I meant to say that as well, that separate from this, we do have budget, and we're working with some graphic designers on interpretive signage that we'll put along on the trail, kind of right where it sort of crests the hill, right where you can look out at the sagebrush test plots. And so that graphic work we'll be able to use in social media, in our newsletter, and it'll also be physically on site for those that are, you know, biking by. There's not a great way to do interpretation for drivers. You know, we want them to focus on the road right there, especially. But yeah, that is part of the plan, and so we're working on some interpretation for the test plots, as well as some of the other restoration work happening at Sky Mount. So there'll be a panel that hopefully we can update the content on as this project progresses over the years. So it can sort of be a one physical installation, but the content can be updated as restoration projects morph and change and succeed, hopefully.
Great. Yeah, I think that's a key component from just the community outreach aspect, because I think we're all going to get a lot of questions on what we're doing out there and why, type of thing. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah.
The Snowmass newspaper would be interested in this.
Yes.
Ooh. All right. Anything else from our board? I think we're good. Thanks.
Okay, do you guys have direction for our board before we discuss it?
I'm good.
Yeah. I'm gonna take absence as approval. Is that fair? Okay. So checking in with BOCC, do you have any questions or discussion for Liza? Not seeing any. All right. Francie, sorry, you're sort of half off the screen, so if you're raising your right hand, I won't see it. No, okay. All right, so I will take absence from our board as direction to move forward and bring this to us in the formal supplemental process.
Which it is coming tomorrow.
So,
Yes, no,
Or
next week.
This afternoon,
Yeah,
next
well,
week.
Gary?
Kelly can, I was just gonna say, if the open space board can make a recommendation, that would be great, a formal recommendation.
Okay,
Anyone from our board?
I'll make that recommendation to approve this budget supplemental.
Great. Do we need to vote on that, Gary?
Yes.
All those in favor? Aye.
Did she need a second?
Recommendation passes unanimously from the Open Space Board.
okay.
Great. So the next one is easy. This is a GOCO. We talked about this. You guys approved the grant. This is just a budget supplemental to accept the grant. This is the GOCO Resilient Communities Grant. It's a grant with RFOV. We're already starting to plan all the projects we're going to do this year. It's getting very exciting, but more to come on that one. But this is just that. So if you guys have any questions, otherwise, you guys all approved it earlier. So I just need a recommendation from the Open Space Board.
Anybody have questions on this one, Open Space guys? I don't know. I think this is a great pass-through project and great collaboration that kind of just continues everybody's goals and involvement with the community and stewardship. Is there a recommendation from a board member?
Again, I'll make the recommendation to approve this budget supplemental as well.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Recommendation passes unanimously.
Okay. So the next one up,
Oh, hang on, let me just check
Is-
in, Gary, if we have any questions.
Oh.
Does the BOCC have any questions on the supplemental? We approved the ability to procure and receive this grant. Now we just have to accept the money. Greg?
My only concern when I saw it is that, you know, are we going to see this pattern emerging and staying that the overages are that significant going forward with most of the projects? Has labor gone up that much, that dramatically, and do we expect it to stay? And I'm just wondering if looking at all of our budgets, we're going to be expecting things like this. So just a word of, I guess, a cautionary note is all I wanted to inject here.
See, on the
and I
last
figure
one?
you're talking about the Sky Mountain Park restoration piece, and yes, I am really hopeful that, I mean, the reality is, you know, in almost 19 years I've been here, the inflation has been insane in this valley, and so hopefully we don't see 20% increases every year, but until the construction boom, you know, there's only so much labor, there's only so much construction, and so we just have to be prepared for this, and we're trying to re-estimate things with this in mind, and I think other departments are too. We're trying to work together with other departments in Pickens County on this, but it's just a fact of life that we're dealing with. So on to the last one is the Redstone to McClure Pass NEPA analysis. We met with you guys at our last joint meeting in December, and when we talked about that, we talked about changing up the direction to pursue an alignment at the top of the pass that actually potentially uses an underpass under Highway 133 and goes all the way to the top of McClure Pass and not on Highway 133, which is a huge improvement for the trail. And then also a new parking area at the bottom. Both of these changes do take further study. Both of these changes definitely delay it a little bit, but it's a much better trail. We've been working with the Forest Service on it. And so Lindsay can walk you through it, but I think we walked you through a lot of it the last time, but I can have Lindsay just walk you through what the extra costs are and what we're expecting going forward.
Okay, I feel like Gary kind of covered the highlights, but we're essentially modifying our proposed project with about 4,000 feet of realignment and trail and in that new parking area. And so with that comes, they need to redo the studies in those specific areas and update the studies they had done so far. So they need to, you know, redo the wetland studies and incorporate that data into the report draft. So this covers both the additional field work, the reports of that additional field work, updating those into the draft, and then the additional like coordination and project management that's occurred already in some cases, but then going forward as well, knowing that the proposal has been modified a bit. So they need to check back in with CPW, stuff like that. And schedule-wise, there's a couple studies they need to do after the snow melts. So the draft and public comment period, the second public comment period would be late summer, is what we're looking at for the earliest. But I think Gary covered it. We talked through all the alignment in the proposal and that meeting in December. And I've brought that forward with the Forest Service and their project team. So.
And the only thing I'd add too is just to remind everybody, especially people who are watching, that we're doing the old NEPA. We're not doing the new style fast NEPA. We're doing an old NEPA, which means that a draft will come out for public comment, where new NEPA drafts don't come out anymore. Decisions come out, and then you got to challenge the decisions. Where here, a draft will come out, and there will be a public comment period on the draft. And then the Forest Service will take all those comments into consideration before creating a final decision. So, that was one thing that we pushed for the Forest Service to do. We represented it in the whole planning process at the beginning, and the Forest Service is moving forward with that. So, anyway, I just wanted to make sure everyone remembered that piece, that the public's going to have two shots of reviewing any decisions or drafts from the Forest Service.
Gary, could I ask you to put up the supplemental, since there is such great public interest in this, so that we're showing the exact dollar amounts on the screen for the public who's watching?
I don't have it on my computer. Lindsay, do you have it?
Well, I got kicked off my internet again, so I'm back on Wi-Fi.
Let's see.
Oh, are you?
Probably
I will,
You might have it.
I can try and pull that up.
Thanks,
Oh,
Kim.
cool.
Sorry.
I had it up on my iPad and.
Or I'm on cell, I guess, not Wi-Fi.
I don't think we're crunched for time at this moment, so I think we can take a few seconds to put that up.
Here it comes. Thank you, Kim.
You're welcome.
Can you go, go just to there.
That's great. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Kim. So yeah, and we can go through any specific line item you want. We try to explain it all in there, and it's just, the great thing about this project is a lot of collaboration between, CDOT and the Forest Service and the county, and these things take time. But CDOT has been a really good partner to work with on this. I was around for the first phase, and the first phase with CDOT was pulling teeth. Probably was easier than pulling teeth. But this phase, CDOT is totally 100%, working with us to try to make the best alignment possible. And that's one of the reasons why we're pursuing this other alignment, is because they had some serious concerns about us putting trails on the side of Highway 133 in the upper part of the pass.
Amy, do you want to check in with Open Space Board on questions or discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. Wayne, you had your hand up, and then Graham?
Lindsay, will this create a new alternative in the NEPA?
I think they're still deciding exactly how to handle it. And if it would be the only alternative, or if they would still carry the alternative on the roadway. I don't know if that final decision's been made.
Okay. And my other thing is just a comment that we can have a goal of using the best available science in our decision making, and I think these additional field surveys and technical reports are just part of that. That's all I have.
Right. Graham?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that I think is correct, and that is that this new alignment, while being better in the long run, will be less expensive because of the maintenance costs of that upper rockfall area. So that makes it a little easier and more defensible to approve this budget supplemental.
Yeah, I agree with that, and feel that, we've taken part in this, more extended NEPA survey because we wanted to make sure that all of our I's were dotted and T's were crossed, and this really shows that a new option has come out that could be better. And I'm totally for I appreciate the transparency that this is actually hopefully bringing to people, and that the additional dollars are dollars well spent, and again, kind of keeping us on track and moving, hopefully, moving forward. Well, certainly moving forward with this process. So, are there any other questions or concerns from Open Space Board? All right.
Okay, I'll check in with my board, and then we'll see if Open Space has a recommendation. Is there any questions from the BOCC for staff on this? Francie?
It's not a question. I just wanted to say, I've ridden over McClure's Pass several times, and I think that this new plan makes so much more sense and is going to make it a much better trail. And I just want to say I think it's totally progressed, and it's awesome that CDOT is easy to work with on that.
I should have qualified the CDOT thing. I said, right now, they're really great to work with. So
They've been good.
we'll see when we have to do the actual underpass, if we get to that far, but they've been great so far.
Greg.
Yeah, thanks. I was just thinking regarding that underpass, is CDOT going to be absorbing the maintenance costs on that, or, in the vicinity? I'm not sure what it takes to maintain an underpass at an elevation and exposure and, in that sort of situation, but I'm just wondering if that's going to be an ongoing expense every spring to have to repair or repave, or, is that a CDOT thing, or is that going to be on us?
It's going to be on us, and the reality is the ongoing maintenance of this will be relatively small. I mean, we'll have to go in and probably, sweep it and deal with some, debris that flies off the road and stuff. But really, truly, overall, compared to the maintenance we were looking at of being along Highway 133, this is right now, most of our underpasses that we manage, take a few looks a year to deal with, and they're pretty good. So and we will be responsible if something breaks in the future. Obviously, it shouldn't. These underpasses last. It's a concrete box, so it's going to be designed to last, 50 years, or more. So I don't foresee anything major.
I've always wanted a cabin up on McClure Pass. Maybe the underpass could serve in the winter.
We'll look the other way.
Okay, Amy, I'll go back to you. I think we need a recommendation from your board.
Yeah, Michael, did you have a comment first?
I move that the OST board recommends the BOCC approval of the budget supplemental request on the Redstone to McClure's Pass Trail NEPA process.
Is there a second? Graham seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Michael.
Okay, thank you, OST. And
Okay, great.
Thank
And
you.
then there's one.
oh, sorry, I just
Kelly,
want,
there's
I
one
know we'll
last
have.
thing.
Sorry, Gary. I know we'll have a chance to in our formal process, but I just want to check in since we're on the topic is fresh. Is there any other questions from the BOCC? Okay, seeing none. Thank you.
Great. And I just wanted to let you guys know I am going to the Crystal Caucus to update them at their next meeting in a couple weeks, to just to give them the reasoning why we're proposing this to the Forest Service, and the Forest Service will be there to update them on the process moving forward. So just making sure that they're in the loop too. And then the last thing I need but mostly from the Open Space Board is, is you're going to be seeing this in your regular session, and I think Dale is on, but we need a recommendation official from the Open Space Board on the Kaufman participation with ABLT.
I so moved.
Wayne, did you want to?
Well, I'll second it if Michael made the motion. And to clarify, that's a motion that we recommend spending $2 million of open space funds, require a conservation easement on the Kaufman Ranch.
Excellent. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Dale, I
And
can't
so,
tell
yeah,
if you're
Kelly, I got done in 45 minutes.
Sorry, I can't tell. Dale, are you raising your hand or giving a thumbs up? Did you have anything you wanted
I
to
was giving a thumbs up.
Okay.
I'll communicate that to the Aspen Valley Land Trust. I'm sure they will be happy to hear that occurred today.
Okay. And Gary,
I don't
thanks.
think we have any more.
is there any other items of open discussion that you wanted to bring up while we're here in joint session?
No, honestly, right now, I mean, we were right. We could do it in 45 minutes. So perfect.
Good job. Less than.
Okay, well, let me check in with my board. Is there any other items of discussion for open space while we have them with us? No, let's see if I see everybody. Okay. Okay, I will just note there's been some discussion related to the ag lease program. I'm not sure if that is in a formal appeal process, so I don't want to get into, details where we have to be have a non-biased approach if that appeal comes to us. But it sounds like there's some policy discussion that might be forthcoming, so we may want to put that on our future agendas in a joint meeting.
Yeah, I think once all the appeals process has taken place, then we can discuss further.
Okay. All right, Amy,
Yeah.
I can make sure that stays on the docket, so thank you.
Yeah, no, that's definitely on our laundry list of things to tackle once that's appropriate timing-wise to do so.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, great.
Great.
All right, anything else, anything from the BOCC for open space? Okay. I think you guys need to adjourn. I'm not sure. I'll turn it over to Gary to wrap up your side of things, but we're so glad to see you and work with you, and it's nice to do these quarterly, so nice to see everyone. Miss having our lunches together in person, but one day we'll get back to that.
Right, yeah. Exactly. No, thanks to you guys. It's great to have the collaboration and discussions and such, for sure. Do we have a move to adjourn, anyone?
I'll move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right. We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Commissioners, empathize with your continuing your meeting for the rest of the freaking day.
Yeah, we're gonna
It's all
go
good.
outside.
While you go skiing, right?
Yeah. All right, thank you. Okay, and we're moving on to the rest of the BOCC work session. I do want to note Steve Child should join us sometime this afternoon. He is on a National Farmers Union policy meeting, and so when he wraps that up, he will join us here on Zoom. So let's see if we're running 5 minutes early. So let me check in. Our next item on the agenda is a project update regarding the Robinson diversion modification and an annual report with the Whitewater Park. And I see Lisa McDonald with our attorney's office and Healthy Rivers and Streams team here. Lisa, are you ready to start early? Are you and your team?
We were waiting on John Ely, so I don't see him on yet. Quinn Donnelly is here, but if the board would like a 5-minute break, or we could roll without John for a little bit.
Greg, what do you think? You have a comment?
I was thinking 5 minutes would be great. Give me a
That's
chance
fine.
to come on.
Patty
That's
just
all right.
ran out too, so it seems like a good 5-minute break time.
Great.
All right, public. We'll be back at 1 to pick up our next item on time. Thank you. All right, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, March 2nd. We are at our 1 o'clock agenda item, which is a presentation and project update regarding the Robinson diversion modification and the Whitewater Park monitoring. So welcome. I see staff from our attorney's office and our Healthy Rivers and Streams program, Lisa McDonald and John Ely. Nice to see you. And feel free to kick us off.
Great. Thanks, Kelly. I can kick us off here. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers program. And joining me this afternoon are John Ely, our county attorney, and Quinn Donnelly with River Restoration. Quinn is our lead engineer on both the Robinson diversion and the Whitewater Park projects. So first up today is an update on the Robinson project. We've been providing public outreach on the project via some pretty cool videos that Back 40 Stories has created for us, which I've shared with you all, and we also share on our social media platforms and the Healthy Rivers webpage. Today, Quinn will dive a little deeper into the project and the progress out there for you. The second item we'll talk about is the Whitewater Park Annual Monitoring Report submitted to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We do this annually per our Army Corps permit for the Whitewater Park. Monitoring out there includes hydrographic surveys, hydraulic quantification through numerical monitoring, and tracking of trends over time. As the board may recall, and maybe some information for our new members, due to increasing demands on our water resources and the potential impact of climate change, the Healthy Rivers program advanced a community plan to implement a recreational in-channel diversion, or a RISID, as it's called. The RISID is a water right that grants to us the right to call water down the Roaring Fork to the Whitewater Park site. So in order to call that water, we were required to install an in-stream diversion structures that put water to beneficial use. In this case, that use is recreation at the park. The in-channel structures were completed in 2017 with 2 modifications following that initial construction. We will also be doing monitoring at the Robinson project per our Army Corps permit, but it will not be the high-level detail as required at the Whitewater Park. So I think unless John has some more info or comments, I will turn it over to Quinn Donnelly to update you on both these projects.
John, did you have anything to add?
No, I'm good, Quinn, thanks.
Right. For those of you who haven't met, my name is, like Lisa said, Quinn Donnelly. I work for River Restoration. We're based out of Carbondale. Done a couple projects for the county. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. Hopefully this works.
That's a nice hat, Quinn.
Thank you. All right, can everybody see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to give you updates on 2 projects today. Like Lisa said, first will be the Robinson, which is under construction now, and the second will be monitoring on the Whitewater Park. And I'll pause between them for questions. And if you guys have any questions mid-presentation, feel free to jump in and ask them. All right, so just real quick, the Robinson diversion is located on the Roaring Fork River, basically in between El Jebel and Basalt. It's actually just across the county line in Eagle County, but the Healthy Rivers jurisdiction covers the whole Roaring Fork watershed, so that's why the Healthy Rivers Board was involved. This was the diversion beforehand, so the water's flowing down to the bottom of the screen. There was kind of a jumble of rocks that the diversion company moved around every year. It created some years a navigation hazard at certain flows, a fish barrier, and then it just required a lot of maintenance and upkeep, so it just required the ditch company to get into the river and move things around and disturb the environment pretty regularly. And this is the same, sorry guys. This is the same year at high water, lakes were configured, a lot of debris got hung up and it was creating erosion along the banks, and then the hydraulic going through the main part of the diversion got to the point where folks really didn't want to float this reach. This project came to light when we were doing some community surveys for the Whitewater Park and realized that a lot of folks, particularly the commercial fishing guides, didn't use this reach or used it sparingly because of this obstruction in the river. So the county put the project out to bid early in the winter. They received 5 bids for the project. The names are listed here. The project was awarded to Dignit River Works and Brian Berrickman. They were the second lowest bid, but they were by far the most qualified. Brian's also upgraded a lot of the equipment that made construction of the project and communicating between the engineer and the contractor more easy, so they were selected. The main channel work is 80% complete, and I got a couple photos here in a second I'll show you. So the flow's been returned to the main part of the channel. It's currently navigable for fish and boaters if necessary. The county is, the flows are pretty low right now for folks to float through here, and the county's, put out information basically discouraging folks from floating through this reach, just on the safe side. As part of the project, we're constructing a new head gate for the Robinson diversion, and the footer and the walls have been poured and they're curing. They'll be able to kind of backfill the hole that was dug to pour the footers here in next week. Brian's continuing doing work on the boulder and alluvial along the ditch and the island, including some habitat boulders in the channels and other things. We had some delays at the beginning of the project due to weather and landowner easements and things. So we're a little bit behind the original schedule, but because the main channel is open and flowing, the Army Corps extended the in-water work window to April 1st. The way Brian was able to stage things to get things done allowed for that. And then we've been coordinating with the Robinson Ditch Company, and they're not going to start operations until at least the 15th, if not later, of April. And so I talked with Brian this morning on the phone. He's feeling good that he's on schedule to get the in-water work done by April 1st. So this is a picture of the project site. And this is all a month ago now, so a lot more progress has been made. I haven't been able to get out there with the drone in a couple weeks. And so as you can see, basically the project consists of 2 grade controls, and I know I've talked to you guys about this project before. One at the bottom to kind of hold grade there, one at the top to provide a control to be able to get water into the ditch at a certain rate. So Brian has basically finished up most of the in-channel work except for the habitat boulders and then things along the island here. So the picture I'm showing you, 2/3 of that's actually back into the river now, and slowly progressing towards the Highway 82 and getting out of the main channel. Probably the biggest activity on this was the head gate. We worked with the Robinson Ditch Company's engineer to develop a configuration that worked for them and also worked for the river. So it's been put in in kind of an angle to the river to allow at high water for sediment and things to be swept out in the front of it to try to reduce the maintenance. Nothing's going to be maintenance free, but we're just trying to reduce that frequency. So it's a much bigger structure than what was in there before. They poured the footers 2 weeks ago, and then they poured the walls last Friday. And then Brian's hoping to be able to backfill and continue working on this piece of the river by next week. There's been some good public outreach. The Aspen Times, in collaboration with Aspen Journalism, did an article on January 29th. He spoke to Lisa and myself. I personally thought it was a very positive, upbeat article and really highlighted all the things that the Healthy Rivers Board is doing for the watershed. And then as Lisa mentioned, there's been some really great posts on the Pickton County Healthy Rivers account. If you guys are into the whole social media thing, they're definitely worth a follow. Matt and Annabelle and his group, they put some really cool content on there. So that's it for the update on the Robinson. In general, things are going well. Brian was able to kind of make up some of the delays at the beginning of the project. The Army Corps and CPW worked with us to extend the window, and to this point, we're not seeing any issues that are going to delay completion of the project here in a couple weeks. So I'll open the floor to any questions you guys have about the project.
Patty?
Yeah, Quinn, are your slides posted on our website, or do we have access to them?
I can. I don't think they are right now, and I defer to Lisa on that, but I can definitely send a PDF to Lisa to provide to you guys.
Yeah, I think that would be great, because I have a few people that I'd like to send it out to. That'd be great.
Okay.
Thanks, Quinn.
Other questions for Quinn on the diversion? Okay.
Kelly, I'm sorry. I wanted to give a shout out to the construction company, to Brian and his crew. Once they poured the footers, they monitored the pump, because if water got into the concrete area of the head gate, it would have been disastrous. So they are pulling some midnight shifts out there for the last couple of weeks, monitoring the pump and making sure no water gets into there. So I just wanted to give a shout out to those guys.
Great, thank you. Greg?
Yeah, great. Thanks for the presentation. It's good to see the progress on this. I'm looking forward to seeing it completed. I did have one neighbor from the area down there who was really concerned about the deforestation, or the whatever we called it. I think it was invasive species that were torn out, but she didn't know that. So I think it might be useful to have some public outreach, because it does look like a pretty severe scar that's been made. But I think if people understand that you're actually going to revegetate it with native species, or that might help, just so it doesn't look like all this damage has been done. But definitely a plan to fix it.
No, and I agree. With the way the head gate, because footers have to be so deep, you got to dig a pretty deep hole to get down there. That whole area, the head gate, once it's finished, will only stick out of the water 5 or 6 feet. It looks much bigger now. And then we are revegetating, the island with native species. We're doing work on the opposite bank on the Obermeyer property, revegetating that area, and then around the head gate itself. And you are right, there were a lot of Russian olives in that area, which you don't see that much in the valley. There was a kind of a little stand of those. So we anything that Brian has cut down, he's put in water and saved to replant. Those obviously we hauled off.
Great. And Greg, I did reach out to her, and we had a great conversation, and she was mainly concerned too that we were going to pipe the whole ditch, and then a lot of reveg or the cottonwoods or anything would die down there too. So I maybe might meet with her down there and take a walk around and show her a little more detail. But I think she was happy with everything after we spoke.
Great. Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate it.
Sure.
All right, and I would just ask, send us some pictures by email when you guys get to April 1st. Okay, cool. Thanks.
No, I think this will, there was a lot of, if you guys are river boaters in the valley, a lot of pressure on the lower reaches this year, Carbondale and downstream. And I think, opening this up will maybe, at least during the flows period, it'll hopefully take some pressure off those lower sections as well. All right, any other questions on the Robinson piece before I move into the Whitewater Park?
I don't see any. Thanks, Quinn.
All right. All right, can folks see the presentation? Okay.
Yes.
As Lisa said, as part of our Army Corps permit, the county's required to do a monitoring period and a report every year. It's kind of in 3 phases. During the hydrograph, through runoff, we go out and measure water surfaces and velocities and document with pictures and videos. Then in the fall, when the water comes down, we have a big push. We go out and we survey the whole site, get a velocity meter and check the fish passage lanes and really document the changes. And then we take that information and we do hydraulic modeling to quantify changes we're seeing, and then we package that all up into a monitoring report that gets sent to the Army Corps of Engineers and the CPW. That report is available. Have you guys I guess if you haven't, I think Lisa has a copy. If you have interested in reading the whole report, we have that available. So this presentation just kind of summarized some of the key things in the report. So as I mentioned, required part of the permit, it's 3 focus areas, channel stability, boat passage, and fish passage. As I said, there's a couple different pieces, blocks of time that we kind of focus in different areas each year. And then I do want to point out, this was the second to last year of the monitoring. With the modifications we made, it was extended a little bit. So next year, 2021, will be the final year of monitoring on the project, at least from an Army Corps permit perspective. So I'm going to go through these 3 things: the channel stability, the boat passes, and the fish pass. So the channel stability is primarily evaluated through survey. We actually go out and survey the site. You know, we try to track changes and compare the years. You know, we're looking at the waves and the pools and the banks in the whitewater reach. And then as part of the original project, we restored a bank on river left, so the south bank upstream, and we monitor what's going on there too as well. There's this graph here, and it describes it better in the report. It shows any changes between 2019 and 2020. Most of the red areas are actually part of the modifications that were made last winter. There is one spot where we're seeing a little bit of sediment deposit, and I'll talk about that in a couple of slides. It's that green blob there in between the 2 features. So we take that information and we basically plot out cross-section through the project reach, and we can look at it from pre-project all the way through now. Here's just 2 examples in the pool between the 2 features, and then the upper feature itself. One area that we saw, something that we want to make sure to monitor, is a new deposit on river left, which is the south bank, just below the bottom, the top structure. So something we hadn't seen before. The hydraulics didn't really change with the modifications that we made. I think this last year was somewhat unusual, the hydrograph. And we pretty much just stayed at 2,000, and we had one day where it spiked up to almost 3,000 and came back down. I think what happened was that loosened a lot of sediment, and then there wasn't enough time or energy to transport that out of the reach. So we'll keep looking at that. It does impact the eddy a little bit on that upper feature. The wave itself still functions well, but we want to monitor that next year. I did want to point out, from a channel stability perspective, this reach had a lot of issues going on. This picture in the upper left is from 95, 96, when basically the road fell into the bank. It was replaced with this really steep, just kind of riprap, loose stuff that was always moving around and dangerous to be on that upper right corner. And then the bottom one is kind of what it is now. And so, channel stability perspective, we've definitely exceeded the goals that were set at the beginning of the project. And then, as I mentioned, upstream, the left bank, so the south bank, was really getting eaten into to where that ponderosa forest up there was becoming exposed. And right above the project reach, we actually documented like almost 40 feet of bank loss between when we started working on this project in 2010 and when construction started in 2016. So we rebuilt that bank and buried some geomorph structures, boulder veins in there, and they've been performing well this whole time. So the second feature was boat passes, and this has been, as you guys know, this has been the area where we've had to make some changes to the project. It's such a steep reach, and the channel really constricts down here. The hydraulic was getting bigger than it needed to be at runoff, and so we made some modifications this past year. As I see on the slide, that was kind of the primary focus. We widened the wings on river left, and then we actually put in these little sneak routes on river right. You can see in this photo in the upper right corner. That's not the primary route, but if somebody was out of position and ended up over there, they wouldn't get into the hole, they'd get flushed through. I personally went out and tried to raft this reach as much as I could during runoff this year to see how things were performing, and I was able to easily get into the left side and pass through the reach. But we want to make sure that even if people aren't scouting it beforehand and don't know where to be, that they have a really high chance of being able to get through without getting I have a couple videos here. Let's see how this goes. So this is that upper wave from up top. Guess hopefully you can see the video. Let me get it on a repeat here. And so the goal here was to folks coming down the reach could easily get over into this left side and float through, and then the same thing on the bottom. But then also, you know, there's not a lot of space here with the bank, but the idea was that if folks were out of position, ended up on this right side, that they would be able to float through here and not get into the hole itself. That's the upper one. And then this is looking down, and so same thing, there's a sneak here on the right where it's not creating that hole, where it kind of flushes through. And then the wing here, this wasn't changed from the year before. This flow, the wing's just engaging, but as the water comes up, this gets more and more easily to flow through. At this flow, you're able to go through these holes pretty easily without too much trouble, but as the bigger flows, they get a little bit where you want to avoid them. Then I have one more. And so this is looking downriver, and you can really kind of see that the kind of sneak here on river right. If you're coming down and ended up on this right side, then here's the upper feature, and then same thing along the right. It is just wide enough for a boat, but I did float through this side as well just to see how it was, and it's a little bit more exciting than being on the left side, but there's definitely more of a sneak there now than there was before. You may have any questions on the boat passage?
Questions for Quinn?
And I've got a couple more slides too, but just
sure.
If you wanted to look at anything with the video.
Greg.
Yeah, just wondering what the feedback is from the kayaking community. You getting people playing in there now?
Yeah, and I, Greg, I do have some videos and some pictures from lower water when folks are in there, so we can talk about that in a second. So the second focus area was the fish passage. This is, CPW's primary concern. There's three focus areas: the grade control downstream, the two waves themselves. We went out and measured velocities with a flow meter, and then modeled them. And it explains a lot more detail in the report, but basically we look at velocities and depths, which are the two things that are important when it comes to fish passage. So this is that lower grade control. This has been this configuration for a couple years. The idea is that there's kind of a clear path here in the middle for boats to get through, and then on river left, so the right side of this photo, the rocks from work kind of break up the flow and allow fish to work their way through. And in high water, this cobble riffle on river right, so the left side of your photo, engages to provide more relief at higher flows, to not focus all the energy. This was the upper and lower features. So the lower features on the bottom left, the design here was meant to provide fish passage kind of in the wings, in between the wave blocks and the boulders. This is where we modeled and measured. And the design basically, the boulder crest in the wings is below the tailwater downstream. So there's never a scenario where fish are having to jump, but we want to try to also keep the velocities at a level where they can get through. And then the upper feature, we have fish patches again on both wings, and those red letters is where I was highlighting where we did measurements this year to kind of back up our modeling results. So the recreational use, I tried to go down there, up there as much as I could, and I know Lisa and others as well, and we did see a lot of use. It was a low water year, but I think combined with the COVID, everybody wanted to get outside. We did see a lot of use in the park. The lower wave is definitely used more than the upper. It works better at lower flows. And this photo, and I have a couple of videos of these guys I'll show in here in a second, but the guy on the right is in a kayak, and then the guy on the left is actually on a boogie board, which is kind of the way the field is heading. We see a lot more people that want to use kayak, stand-up paddle boards or river surfboards or boogie boards, and they do kayaks, and so we try to make sure our designs can accommodate those users. Because not everybody's into strapping themselves into a kayak and having to learn how to roll and all that stuff, I guess. And I got a couple more videos of that. So this is that kayaker in the in that lower feature, you know, and these are, you know, especially at these low flows, this is just for local folks to get out and play in there. They're not going to be doing big aerials and stuff. But I did chat with this guy afterwards, and he really liked this wave and gave me a little bit of feedback on the upper wave. It's definitely a little bit more advanced, but it's harder to get into. And then the one I was the most excited about was talking to the boogie boarder guy, and you know, he's in there. You know, really all you're doing is just kind of moving back and forth. But you know, this is younger folks. We see, you know, going out there to visit, we saw a lot of kids playing in the waves and boogie boards and tubes and things. I got a couple photos of that. So you know, he's just working his way back and forth. And then it's really become like a gathering spot for local residents, you know, not just the whitewater folks, but almost always somebody down there fishing, talking with the guides, folks that are maybe not as mobile. It's a really popular spot because they can go down and fish right off of the boulder terrace there on the north bank, and then get in the water as well. And then this picture on the right that Lisa sent me, you know, a bunch of kids in tubes playing in there, and they're actually accessing from the other side of the river. There's a Ponderosa Trail down at the salt that ends right here at the park. I wish they all had life jackets on, but I don't know if that's how realistic that is. But and so that's the end of the presentation. We submitted the report to the Corps and to CPW about a month ago. We haven't heard anything back, but sometimes it takes a while, and sometimes if they don't have any questions, they don't reply. So, you know, so far they seem pleased with how things are going in the park. And then from a recreation perspective, we're feeling good, particularly that lower wave and just how many people come and use the park for other things besides just the whitewater. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Quinn. Questions for Quinn? Patty?
Quinn and Lisa, I think the board needs to do an on-site visit, like in the water. So when we can get us back out there on those rafts, it was so much fun when we did the ribbon cutting. But yeah, we need to view the changes firsthand, so we have to work on that.
All right.
Sounds good.
I'm all for it.
You probably know somebody that has some rafts.
Yeah, I know a few people that do. You got it.
Hey, Greg. Yep. I see a great question from Greg.
When you mentioned the access from the west side down through the woods, to me that's always been such an obvious, great spot to have access and to be able to access this park and use it. And I'm just wondering, how are we doing with basalt regarding, does basalt own that, or are they crossing private property? I'm not sure, Quinn, if that's a question for you or not, but I'd love to know what's going on that side of the
Yeah, I'll let Lisa take that one. She loves that.
I can answer that, Greg. The Emma Road turns into a private road right at Subway, so that is part of the basalt commercial homeowners. Our Stubby's building, the new Real America, Basalt then owns the empty parcel, Harry Teague's building, and now Forkfront Properties is building a apartment building at the end of the cul-de-sac there. So it just turns into a private access issue. The only access we have is emergency access down at the end of Emma Road there. Maybe in the future we could work on something with the Basalt Owners Association, but right now it's just everything is private except for the little trail behind Stubby's building where it starts and then into the water park.
That trail goes all the way up to the water park, so there is actually a public trail on the riverside of the building.
There is.
Oh, great. Okay, so at least there's that.
And the town of Basalt does own a chunk of land in between the river and kind of where the buildings are, and so folks can access there and they can hang out in that area, and then all that area kind of upstream on the left, kind of that cool. There used to be like a dirt bike track back there, but as Lisa said, the Emma Road is the issue, and that's really just for emergency
Okay, other questions? All right, we'll talk in future agendas about when our rafting trip will be this summer. And thank you. Thanks, Quinn. Nice to see you. Thank you, and to Lisa for all the great work.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, great to see you.
Okay, and let's see, we're pretty much on time. Moving on to our 1:30 agenda item, first quarter budget supplemental requests. And I see our budget director, Connie Baker, is here. Hi, Connie.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. We're here to present the first quarter budget supplemental request, and we have 15 different requests today, so a good amount. Although you've already heard 3 of them earlier today with the Open Space and Trails Board. All of these requests put together total about $5.2 million in expenditure increase, offset by almost $2.5 million in revenue increase, for a net effect on the county budget of $2.7 million. We're going to just walk through all of the different requests, and we've got staff members here for each one of those. And I think I'll share my screen, and so you can see the requests as we're walking through them, and the staff is talking about them. So let me see if I can get the right one. Let's see, are you seeing the supplemental request? Yep, okay. Let me see if I can still see all of you. All right, so the first request that we have today is from Community Development, Climate Action, and Economic Data Analysis, and we have a number of people from Community Development here, so I'll let them take it away.
Hi, everyone. This is Cindy, and with Community Development, and yes, we're back before you. We came before you maybe about a month ago, letting you know the funds that we had in our long-range budget, and letting you know that we'd be back to ask for additional funds in order to work on some of the directives that we feel we have from you now with the Board of County Commissioners retreat relative to climate action and our economic data that we need to roll out, if you will, with our public outreach that you're anticipating late in the fall, perhaps, and ongoing into 2022. But a lot of this some time, so we wanted to get these requests for proposals out and see what we can find. We have an economic study or an economic analysis that right now we're looking mainly at the construction industry throughout the valley and what that means on a regional economic scale. But in my conversations with John Peacock, we are more than happy to sit down and look at a revised or a scope of work that would include what you might need as well for some of your debriefing, if you will, looking at the economy relative to the COVID impacts and equity. We also need to dive a little deeper into the climate data that we have. We have quite a bit of climate data, but we think that it needs to be confirmed with consultants who do this on a daily basis and look at some projections into the future so that we know what we're talking about relative to our population and future greenhouse gas projections. Researching what other jurisdictions are doing is really important right now. I don't know if any of you were able to attend the Aspen Institute seminar last week, but they do talk about what some of the other communities are doing relative to climate action. And I think that report will be really helpful when we get into our public outreach, as well as in every contract, we wanted to make sure that we left some time and funding for the consultants to be able to be available during our public outreach to go over the data. So with that, we're also looking at, studying other climate action policies around the country and the world, really, and then collaborating, if you will, with the City of Aspen. We are initiating and starting with the City of Aspen and CORE on a greenhouse gas inventory update, as well as looking at ways that the city and the county can work together, or with Snowmass or BOCC to work together to achieve the greatest bang for our buck when we look at what the solutions might be in our community. So with that, we are asking for $100,000 to round out these contracts. And Connie, is there anything else I should cover?
No, not from the budget point of view.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for me? Also, we have Ellen and Jack on the line if you have any questions of any of us.
Okay, thank you. Questions for ComDev staff on this request? Patty?
Yeah, Cindy, it's my understanding that because of the recent influx of new homeowners in Pitkin County, our ComDev fees have risen higher than what we anticipated. So as part of this $100,000 then that goes in the general fund going to be, what you might call covered by that? It would be my understanding it would be.
Well, I would think so, but Connie will probably have a different answer.
No, absolutely. Community development has brought in a lot more revenue than budget, and this certainly is covered by that.
All right. Well, it's something we've been asking Cindy to do, so I don't know how we could not want to fund it.
Other questions for Cindy? Yeah, I would just note, I think as these issues, come to bear and our discussion around these issues come to bear, there will be a heightened scrutiny on the data that we are relying on our decision making. So I do think it's imperative that we have very high quality, defensible information on which to base our decisions. So, I trust that who we procure to do that will deliver as much, and, think it's important that we fund it appropriately so that we get the quality that we expect. And that's my comment. Any other comments on this budget supplemental request? All right, I think we have direction to bring it back formally. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
Our next request is from the Pitkin County Coroner, and it's for a new position. And Dr. Steve Ayers is here to talk about this request. It should be familiar to you since we did have a work session on it last week.
Sure, thank you, and thanks everybody. I'm sorry I don't have a department that brings in revenue. The Los Angeles County Coroner actually sells T-shirts and mugs and stuff with a chalk outline of a body, which is probably not appropriate, but they make a lot of money selling that. Anyway, we did cover this all last week, so I'm not sure how much detail to go into, but to sum it up, we've been operating on all of us on call with our other responsibilities or our main career, whatever that is, obviously taking first priority in our lives. And then when we take coroner call, very often it's when we're working the other jobs. We just don't have enough people available to take, let's say, 4 or 5 days off and just be on call for the coroner's office. For example, in March, I think I'm on call 15 days out of this month, and I think well over 13 of those days I'm in the emergency department as well. So, and that's kind of how we've been operating for a long time, and it's just the caseload, and frankly, the job of death investigation is night and day different than it was even 10 years ago, much less 20 or 30 years ago. But the amount of effort to go into a really professional, high quality investigation is so much more burdensome than it used to be. And that's good. That's how it should be. But we just can't keep up functioning as we have. So we're asking for a full-time position in the title of the Chief Deputy Coroner / Death Investigator. Someone who would be full-time with the office to cover about 70% of the call, and the massive list of to-do projects that we have for the coroner's office, and I covered a few of those last week. But all in all, it will professionalize our office. It'll provide a better service to the community and to all the myriad of people involved or affected by a death, whether it's a business, a government agency who needs information, the family, et cetera. The list and goes on, and a significant number of our deaths in the county are visitors, and it's just huge to be able to help these people who have come here and have a tragedy while they're here. So that's kind of the summary. And Connie, I'm not sure if anybody has questions or wants more detail.
Patty has a question.
Yeah, Steve, you might not be aware of this, but Connie is. When we go through our regular budget cycle, I'm always concerned about taking on full-time employees or part-time employees. I think in this case it's warranted. My concern is for the ongoing years, since I'm not sure where the savings will come in. So I'm looking right now at a total adjusted budget of $123,000, but that includes $119,000 plus for the setups and the computer and all that. So I'm assuming that some of that cost will go down in upcoming years. I'm looking at Connie or.
So.
Connie, you just went on mute.
Yep, sorry, my clicker didn't seem to be working there. So the total cost would be approximately, with all of the setup and everything, around $120,000, $130,000 total. Not all of those are ongoing costs. Okay. But we do have an offset. We're expecting that the on-call costs will be reduced by about $57,000 a year. So that brings our total ongoing cost to a bit under $71,000. And of course, some of that is computer and phone setup. Okay. So it would be under $70,000 ongoing. So this does need to be absorbed by the general fund. Okay. So the on-call position savings will also be ongoing because we'll have the full-time position in place for 2022, 23, 24 and out. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's correct. That's what we're expecting. Okay. Thanks, Connie. Thanks, Steve.
Yes, thank you.
Other questions at this point? Okay. Seeing none. Okay. Thank you.
Then our next request is also from the coroner's office, but this would be in the capital fund, as it is a capital purchase, and it's for a vehicle cot. And I'll let Dr. Ayers speak to this again.
Sure, thank you. Make sure I'm still not muted. Anyway, I had hoped to have a little video to show you. I took a video 2 weeks ago today of 4 police officers and myself trying to load a body into the back of the vehicle. And the county has provided us a great vehicle with the standard type cots that go in it for mortuary use or transporting bodies. But it's just very difficult to get in and out, and it usually takes 3 or 4 people. We often have some minor injuries, and then back injuries with a hydraulic type cot like we're asking for have been shown in the emergency medical services community at least to be reduced by about 50%, lifting associated injuries, I should say. So this cot is similar to what the ambulance uses. Their brand that they use, Stryker, costs about $75,000 per cot. The one that we're looking at is a little better suited to our purpose. There's a picture of it there. But what it does is on the end of the cot, you see the handles on the, what would be the left side of the screen. Those handles have buttons on them, and one person can operate this cot on a flat surface, could literally put it into the vehicle with just pushing buttons and no lifting at all. Furthermore, those legs, those hydraulic legs can lift separately. For example, if you were on a highway and there was a Jersey barrier, you could roll up to the Jersey barrier and hold the handles at the end, lift up say the left set of legs, and that shifts the weight towards the back of it. So you're basically just holding the handles, balancing it. You roll it forward and set the legs down on the side of the Jersey barrier, then lift up the back legs, and it basically can crawl over objects, up and down curbs. It won't do stairs. You still have to would carry on stairs, but for safety and mobility, and to allow us to get bodies in and out of the truck would be huge. And again, 2 weeks ago today, there were 6 loadings and unloadings of bodies out of the vehicle. Actually, there were 8, because we had to move a body a second time. It's just really difficult to do. I wish I could have provided you with the video. I think there's a number of coroner offices in the state. I think Park County just bought 4 of these. Adams County has 1. Summit County just bought 1. And a number of other counties around the state are looking at these. I know that when I had the demonstration 2 weeks ago, the gentleman also stopped by and demoed it for Garfield County as well. But it's kind of the way to go, because many times we just are struggling to get bodies in and out. And in fact, 2 weeks ago today, on one of the cases, we had to call the fire department out for lifting assistance. And anyway, that's kind of the summary. If you have any questions, be happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Ayers? Patty?
Yeah.
One other.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. One other thing. This has a base plate that goes in the vehicle. So when you put it in, it locks in place and it charges it. However, you don't have to use that. So if our vehicle was disabled, or if we had to use another vehicle, you can put this in anything. In matter of fact, it'll go over, like if you put it in the trunk of a hatchback car and you fold it down the seats, it would literally lift itself up, the legs up over the edge of the trunk and set down inside. And it's hard to see without seeing the video, but it goes over objects. But it can be used in other vehicles as well. For us, it was really big because sometimes we may have to be using another vehicle if ours is disabled.
Well, Steve, that being said, I'd hate to have a body being transported in the back of my Subaru Outback. But speaking of that, you know, for this price versus the $75,000, yeah. But I mean, you could buy a new Subaru, a whole car for $40,000. But I've been around people trying to load bodies on and off things. I myself have had to do that in the past. So I wish I had the access to something like this. So. Yeah, I think this, in the cost savings is in workman's comp, I'm sure, it'll be paying for itself. So, yeah, I appreciate you bringing it forward to us.
Greg?
Yeah, just looking at the wheels, wondering if, do they have an off-road option? Do they have a non-flat concrete option? Looks like those are great little wheels for flat sidewalks.
It's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that, but when I demoed it 2 weeks ago today, there was fresh snow. We demoed it in the Health and Human Services parking lot, and we took it up and down the curbs in several inches of snow, and I didn't notice. It did great, but I don't know if there's different wheels. The cot, is made for living people. but they have a scaled down version for our type of work, which would be less expensive. What we're showing you there is the cheaper version. I think the version for living people is about another 8 or 10 grand, but with wheels, I don't know the answer to that. They did work pretty well that day, though. Oh, the other thing that's amazing about this, if you see a normal cot, like a mortuary cot, they tip over incredibly easy. You have to have 2 people rolling them on a flat surface, because if you hit a crack in the sidewalk, it'll go over. This thing, when we demonstrated it, we folded down the side rail, and the gentleman who weighs 170 pounds, he got on it on his arms, like a gymnast would, and he had me raise the cot to the full height, which is where the bed's about maybe above my chest, and the thing was totally stable. It just, you could knock it over, I'm sure, but it would be a challenge. So that's another safety factor, because as crazy as it sounds, we probably tip a cot over with a body on it 2 or 3 times a year, just even doing our best not to. It just happens because the things are so incredibly top heavy. So there's another safety thing, because then you're picking up, pun intended, dead weight from the side and trying to get it back up. It's just really difficult.
Great, thank you. I know it's easy, you can find videos on YouTube of the thing. It's an INX ambulance cot. Is that the one you're looking at?
I think it is. It's the company is Furno, which is there's a demo online that's incredible. It shows the guy taking it over a Jersey barrier on a highway.
Right, got it. Okay, yeah, that looks great. Thanks.
I have a question, Connie. What is the replacement schedule for this?
Yes, I don't know how many years it would last. Normally for a piece of equipment, 5 to 7 years, but I don't know if Dr. Ayers has a better idea.
Nope, I've neglected to ask that question. I did ask about service, because obviously if you have one of these, that's a big deal. It would be mounted in the back of our vehicle, where to one side, so we could put a regular the basket type litter if we have a second body, and we would have that secured next to it. But the service available is out of Denver, and they either come up and work on it the same day or bring you another cot right away. But I neglected to ask about replacement. It's hydraulic, so I'm sure it will need some service occasionally.
Okay, any other questions for Connie or Dr. Ayers? Do we have direction for Connie to bring this back formally?
Yeah, on the 10th, I believe. Yeah.
Looking for direction from the board?
Thanks, Steve. Nice to see you again.
You too, Patty. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Our next supplemental request is from the Facilities Department, and it is for energy monitoring BTU meters. We have Mike Flegel here to speak about this request.
Thank you, Connie. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Manager Peacock. I appreciate this opportunity to come before you with this request. As you see in the justification, the project description, we currently do not have a way to accurately measure or monitor the amount of energy heat consumption takes in the 3 core buildings downtown that are connected to the one jail boiler plant. So we have the courthouse, the administration and sheriff's office, and the jail are all heated off a single boiler plant in the jail. And so we kind of guesstimate what amount of heat we're pushing over to those buildings. The administration and sheriff's office actually has a hybrid system there. We're running that off of a heat pump system, which requires a lot of electricity, but we do send heated water over from the jail to preheat the makeup air, and also to supply some of the unit heaters, like in the garages and stairwell spaces. But we don't have any way to accurately monitor what each individual building is consuming in energy costs because of this. So what we're proposing to do, and I got this quote from Train Technologies, which is who does all of our high-end HVAC stuff. 2H Mechanical is the installer, but Train supplies the equipment and actually does our energy monitoring system. So what this proposal would do would be to install BTU counters in the heat pipes that are leaving the jail and heading to the courthouse, and also heading over to the administration and sheriff's office. And it would also put energy meters in the electrical panels that provides that monitors the amount of electricity it takes to run those pumps that sends that heat over to those other buildings. And we'll be able to get a more accurate snapshot of each of the buildings' energy consumption. I know this is a big goal of the counties, to work toward more of a carbon neutral within 10 years, and also just to reduce energy consumption when we can, and without having a real accurate snapshot of what those uses are. It's going to be difficult to nail down any true savings in any one of these buildings. So the request is for $43,000, and this would be accomplished in this summer season, while we can shut the heating systems down, and if approved. Thank you for the opportunity to present this.
Thanks, Mike. Any questions for Mike? Patty?
Yeah, Mike, if this moves forward and we get them installed, I think the board might be interested in seeing what kind of information and what kind of energy savings we have, since part of this is that hopefully in the future it'll be a payback with energy savings. So maybe in a year or so after installation, they're up and running, you can remember, tickle yourself, put in your tickler file to come back to us, because I think we'd be interested in that information. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect. We do have the energy monitoring software presented at a previous work session with Jody last year, where I showed the snapshots of the electrical uses, like in the Health and Human Services and in the library. We do have that system in place for the electrical in these three buildings, and we'll be able to use it for calculating the gas and energy costs. So that should be doable, Patty. Thanks for the.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Other questions for Mike? Okay, yeah, I'll just say we won't know how to get off of gas if we don't know how much we're using. So it seems like an essential piece for stepping forward. And I'm looking to, it sounds like Patty has direction to move forward. Other board members, are we good for Connie to bring this back formally? Francie, I see, do you have a question? Sorry, your hand's sort of off screen. Okay. I think we have direction to move forward then. Thank you.
Okay. Then our next request is from the Public Health Department. And I think we've got Lindsay here to present this one.
Yes, thank you, Connie. So as you all know, especially during this time of COVID, Dr. Kim Levin has served as our medical officer and has provided really valuable medical advising support to us. She was actually the medical officer for the county since even before the Public Health Department was formed in 2017. But we inadvertently forgot to include this contract in our 2021 budget, so just wanted to go through the proper processes to get that included, but I'm happy to answer any questions on this for 2021.
Okay, questions for Lindsay? Patty?
Me again. Yeah, thanks for bringing it forward. Knowing that we've had a medical officer for some years before the pandemic, I was just concerned about the language that her focus may include non-COVID-19 work. Well, in the past, it has always included non-COVID-19 work. So I'm hoping that may should be a will, and it will include non-COVID work, because we're hoping that we won't be working as hard on COVID, and it'll free up Kim's time to help us with other projects as we move forward. So yeah, I think we need to, of course, have a contract with Kim, because she's been working pretty hard this last year and a half. So, all right, thank you.
Other questions for Lindsay? Okay, I'm not.
Okay.
Are we paying Kim more for all of her hard work over COVID? I don't know how that works, if the contract includes like beyond a certain number of hours or something.
There have been additional hours added throughout this year that will carry forward.
And I'm sorry, is that additional hours that we bill and pay separately from her standing contract?
It's part of it's a compensation based on the hours that she has put in.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, and thank you to Dr. Levin. Gosh, she worked hard for the county this year. So, any other questions? Do we agree on recommendation for Connie to bring this back formally? Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Okay, next we have two requests, both grants in the Human Services Fund. And the first one, Matt McGaw, is here to present for access and functional needs.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to request an approval for an adjustment to our Access and Functional Needs Financial Assistance Program. The county was able to secure an additional $25,000 from the Colorado COVID Relief Fund. And so these funds will continue to help people that have unmet needs that are directly impacted by COVID. And so we've taken over 200 calls since March of last year, and have had case managers respond to some of the needs that people have due to these impacts. These grants have helped us with some financial assistance for some of the folks that do qualify for that. And so these funds will help us continue to support people in that way. I don't know if there's any questions. There's no cost. We, again, secured the $25,000 to help continue supporting people impacted by COVID.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Any questions for Matt?
I just have a comment.
Patty?
Thanks, Matt. We appreciate it when county staff go out and bring in more money. We don't mind accepting those, I don't think.
You were glad to have it. We're very lucky, and it's definitely supporting a lot of people. So thank you.
Thanks for your hard work, Matt.
Matt, is that fund at risk of reaching zero anytime soon?
We're actually doing pretty good. I would say since we've also secured $30,000 for the same program from the Aspen Community Foundation, I think that we're doing okay right now. I don't think we've gone halfway through between the two funds that we've received.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Is there direction for Connie to accept grant money? Yes, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Next, we have Sam Landercasper, and this is another grant that's a net zero cost to the county for food pantry assistance.
Hi there, I'm Sam Landercasper. I manage the Economic Assistance Department, and we're here to request an adjustment to our budget to include $100,000 in grant funding that we received from the Colorado Department of Human Services. It's for the Food Pantry Assistance Grant, and the purpose of this grant is to use these funds to purchase hopefully locally produced goods that can be distributed at the various food pantries throughout our region. So we applied for around $160,000 and were awarded $100,000, and we've been using it so far mostly to purchase local meat from local producers that's been going out through Lift Up, as well as through the mobile pantries in Aspen and Elgibel that are operated by Food Bank of the Rockies and SKICO. And it's a really great supplement to the great food that Food Bank is already providing, so folks get a little additional protein, and we're going to start working with local produce here soon to finish spending that down.
All right,
Are there any questions around that grant?
Any questions for Sam?
Again, just to thank Sam for the hard work, and again, we don't mind bringing money in.
Greg, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, just to congratulate Sam for getting this grant. Well done. And I'm really enthusiastic about the program. Certainly the local food component is really great, and I'm grateful that you're pursuing that. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank
we'll
you.
bring this back formally in the budget supplemental resolution. Thank you, Sam. Pink looks good on you.
Okay, next, we have two requests in the Housing Fund, and Phyllis Matthijs is here for, again, another grant for Phillips Wastewater Design and Engineering.
Hi, everyone. Phyllis Matthijs, Deputy County Manager, and Phillips Project Manager, or something like that. So when we presented to you, I think it was back in November, we talked about the expenses that we are anticipating for the engineering needed for the wastewater and water engineering. We did go out to a competitive bid process for request for qualifications and chose an engineering firm. But what I missed in the budget was the $200,000 expense that went with this. We asked DOLA for $200,000 that would have matched the expense. We were only awarded $100,000, which is still awesome. So we needed to adjust our budget to include both the $200,000 expense and the $100,000 revenue that we're getting from DOLA. Because we did that competitive recruitment for engineering firm, we will be able to apply for some federal grants and loans in the future, which is why we wanted to make sure we were dotting our I's and crossing our T's and doing everything that made us eligible for additional grants. I also recruited GR Fielding for this project to help oversee the engineering part of this project, which has been awesome, along with Brian Pettit, who's offered to help. And I think that it's already proven to be beneficial as we're starting to have the preliminary conversations with the firm that we chose, who are well aware of the grant fundings that are available for this type of project. They have done these before. JBA is the firm. I have not worked with them because I'm not an engineer, but GR is very familiar with them. So that's what we're doing now to be able to move this forward. Any questions?
Questions for Phyllis?
Good job, Phyllis. Again, we'll take in all the money we can get.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any questions. I think, yeah, Phillips, that's such an interesting one. I'm sort of so curious to see how all the pieces come together. So thanks, Phyllis. And I think, Connie, you have direction to bring that back formally.
Okay. Then the next request from the Housing Fund is actually an ordinance that the board approved on February 24th. However, we need to appropriate the budget for this. And this is both the purchase and the conveyance of 2 housing units. So the sale of 1 unit for $850,000, and then the purchase at the same time of another unit for $615,000. So this should be very familiar to the board since the ordinance was just recently approved, and this is just setting the budget in the Housing Fund for that ordinance. Any questions, or do I need to go into more detail on that one?
No. Any questions for Connie? We've talked about this quite a bit.
Okay.
Thanks, Connie.
Then next up, we have the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, and this is a wild and scenic designation. Lisa and John are here to speak about this one.
Great. Good afternoon again, everybody. Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, and joining me is John Ely, our county attorney. The budget supplemental in front of you today will provide funding to further advance the wild and scenic designation of the Crystal River. The appropriated funds will be used to procure professional services for the exploration of the wild and scenic designation. did I do? And for outside consulting firms to assist with getting legislation adopted, as well as the potential development of strategies to support the effort. The goal is to prevent dams on the upper 39 miles of the Crystal and to preserve the Crystal's status as a free-flowing river. So that's it in a nutshell. I don't know if John has any more info to add to the request.
No, I don't have anything additional unless the board has questions.
I have a question. Yes, Patty.
Yeah, so this money will be kind of utilized as an unneeded basis because we're not really sure at this point how far this this effort's going to go or where we're going to be proceeding with it. I think we need to hire somebody to help us figure that out, where we want to go and when we can go there, and do we have support to go there. So yeah, so I'm supportive of this, and just keep us, I mean, we'll be involved hopefully in the decisions as they move along, and how this money gets used, or in some cases may not get used. So I appreciate this effort. I think we need to bring this on board if we're going to even begin to really pursue the qualification of this as scenic, wild and scenic. So thank you.
And I would just ask, just for a little more detail of how do we expect the money, you know, I guess I'm just trying to envision, like, what are the checks going to be written for? You know, so I understand some, you know, strategic guidance. Will we seek out some communications, I guess, advice or guidance there? Will it pay for any other outreach? Like, what is, I'm not sure I understand the full scope.
Well, essentially, it's for professional services. So it's for assistance outside of staff. The assistance that would be provided is to strategize with community groups, for example, the Crystal River Caucus or SEVEPA, or groups forming in the county of Gunnison, to determine what the community wants, how best to achieve it in regards to a wild and scenic designation. To achieve that designation, you need an act of Congress. So it's not an easy lift by any stretch of the imagination. So the experiential range of your current staff does not include getting a wild and scenic designation. In fact, it's only ever happened once in the state of Colorado, ever. Which is, I would think, somewhat of an embarrassment for the state of Colorado, to be honest with you. But at any rate, we need to have someone or some group or association of professionals assist us in developing an appropriate strategy for developing this as an idea and then pursuing it. To Patty's comments, of course, the board will be involved because the money being appropriated would not be spent without approval of the board. In the exact quality, in other words, how the money is spent or the amount that the money is spent in. This appropriation really gives the flexibility to the program to pursue it. Otherwise, the only thing that the program has in place would be minor assistance to community efforts in the form of, you know, office material and bumper stickers production and things like that, that really will not accomplish the end result of federal legislation.
Okay, thanks, John. Yeah, I guess I would say, I mean, I'm very committed to seeing this happen. I think it's a fight. I want us to see it through and to be successful, and I get that we need to tee up our best foot and our best strategy to do so. I guess I'm wondering, should we also expect later on down the line to fund separately from this appropriation things like outreach, advertising, that type of stuff?
Perhaps, you know, I think the profile that Patty sort of used there to sort of see how it goes as it goes is the best one to take. We're launching into an effort that has the support, of course, of the Board of County Commissioners in the achievement of the particular goal and the exploration of the breadth of support within the community for the goal. But without some more development, it's hard to know where to push and how to push. And hopefully this appropriation will start to answer those questions and will serve to develop, how the future efforts are developed or how future efforts might not be pursued. So this really is the beginning of exploration and effort to see if this particular designation is within our grasp and how we can achieve it if we continue to pursue it.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for John? All right, we have support of the board to move this request forward. Yep, I'm seeing head nods. Okay, thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, there are 3 requests from the Open Space and Trails Fund, which I believe you already reviewed earlier today with the Open Space and Trails Board. So if that's the case, we'll just move over those and go to the following one. Okay. And see if I can get, okay. All right, next we have a request from the Translator Fund for broadband. Let's see, I don't see Jeff Kruger on the call yet. And I do need him here to present this one. I know he's presenting later on today, and his presentation, his department update does include this, but I was hoping he would be here to explain this grant. It is a grant from DOLA that requires a 50% match, and it is for extending fiber, but I certainly can't tell you all of the technical aspects of this grant. The impact on the budget is an appropriation of $325,000 and then a 50% reimbursement from DOLA. In order to accomplish this, we did budget in 2020 $110,000 for fiber within the IT department. And so instead of doing a budget carry forward and then moving the funds over, we thought we would just wrap it up all together within this supplemental request. So we are moving that $110,000, which is savings in the IT department for the fiber project that didn't get completed in 2020, moving it over to the Translator Fund. And then the remaining amount of the match will come out of the Translator Fund balance to make up the full project cost. And I guess I would ask the board to have Jeff explain this a little better to you in his departmental update later this afternoon, and then give direction at that time as far as moving this forward.
And I would just note, we have discussed this as a board. Jeff came before us for an emergency resolution to go after this grant and accept it should it be awarded. So we're not flying totally blind here.
Okay.
I will check in with the board to see if they want to hold off on giving direction on this specific item until we meet with Jeff this afternoon, or if they were comfortable directing it now. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, my only question, and Connie, you answered it, was going to be where this additional funding was coming from. Was it going to be enough that we'd have to come out of the general fund with the payback plan with the Translator Fund? But you've answered that, and I'm comfortable with how you've moved the dollars around to accommodate this, and then the use of the Translator Fund balance just answered my question. So I'm fine moving it forward for to our next regular meeting.
And I would note, Jeff did present savings over time compared with our monthly cost of what we pay for now. So looking at Greg or Francie, do you want to hold off on this or give direction moving forward? I see Greg's got his thumb up to move forward. Francie, does that work? Okay. All right, Connie, I think we can have this come back to us
Okay,
for a
sounds
minute.
good. I'm glad you were already familiar with it. then our last request, and this request came about, as you know, the county has, and Ann Drigger's finance director, has put an application to the state to receive CARES Act funding for COVID costs that the county has already incurred. When she did those requests, she requested about $4.3 million. And last year, when we were preparing the 2021 budget, we did not anticipate that we would receive that full amount. We thought that was beyond what we could hope for. However, we did receive that full amount. So although the CARES Act funding reimburses the county for costs that we have incurred for COVID response, it does free up fund balance that we did not think we would have available to use for some other projects. Some of these other projects, John Peacock has been talking to the board about in a number of different work sessions over the past months or maybe even more. I've listed them out here briefly in this supplemental request. There are 3 projects that are being funneled through the Aspen Community Foundation, $400,000 in grants to local nonprofits, and then the nonprofits in turn are using those for humanitarian support. $100,000 for a navigator program, which is both bilingual, bicultural, to help people access other support due to COVID, not just county dollars, but accessing federal, state, or other local resources. And then over $1.3 million for local business support grants. There's $1,286,000 for the actual grants, and then up to $39,000 in administrative costs to administer that program. So those are the programs through the Aspen Community Foundation. In addition, with the possibility of starting a 5-star certification program so that restaurants and businesses in Pitkin County can operate at a greater capacity than our current level on the COVID dial. This requires some additional staff in consumer protection in the Public Health Fund. And so this is appropriating $221,000 for additional temporary help or contracting out help in that area to backfill so that our staff can take care of this program. We are also looking at submitting to the state. The state has available up to $50,000 to cover this, so we may have some additional revenue coming in to cover part of this cost, but that has not been included in the supplemental. Also in public health, an additional $75,000 for temporary or on-call contact tracing support, and this is as backup as needed for the contact tracing. And then in communications, our county communications team is doing a huge amount of work with changes in the COVID dial or the traveler affidavit or a number of different programs, keeping the public informed about all aspects of COVID response and recovery. And this is to add another $40,000 for temporary support for the communications team. In addition, as you all know, the incident management team stood up a wonderful vaccination clinic that's been working. I think we've vaccinated about 5,000 people so far. And we're estimating that the total cost for the vaccination clinic, including nurses to staff it and the tent and everything else that goes along with that, will be about $750,000. So this supplemental request appropriates the $750,000, but we've also learned that that amount is expected to be 100% reimbursed through FEMA. So we've included the reimbursement of that amount also in the supplemental request. And if I can get my screen to move down. So that's quite a number of items all put together in this request. Totals a little over $2.9 million, but bringing in $750,000 in FEMA revenue. This request includes a transfer from the general fund to the public health fund. That is because the CARES Act funding is being recorded in the general fund, so the revenue received comes into the general fund, and then from the general fund we transfer money to different funds where needed for our COVID response. So again, this looks like a large use of fund balance in the general fund of over $2.1 million, but again, that is savings that we did not anticipate having because of the CARES Act reimbursement. Questions on this? I know there's a lot in that one.
Patty?
Yeah, I think this question is more for John Peacock, and I think he's still on. Is that correct? Yeah. I'm okay with all that. I just have a question about the contact tracers temporary help. That's another one that'll just be used as needed. With our numbers going down, I think our need for contact tracers would obviously be going down. If anything, maybe this would help give those contact tracers a break when they need be. But I think that would be my understanding. Is that correct, John? It'll be used as needed. It won't be just.
Yeah, that's correct, Patty. And we still have been dipping into support from our employees who have signed up to do contact tracing. And so that's our first go-to, but it will only be used on an as-needed basis. When we first requested this, our incidence rates were obviously much, much higher. And we found that at that time, we did not have the contact tracing capacity to keep up with those increased rates. If we have another wave before vaccines are more fully distributed, this will help us keep up with that.
Great. Okay, thank you, John.
And I'll just jump in and take a moment for a little update, because you guys may remember I continue to sit on the state board that provides policy guidance to DOLA on how the CARES Act funding is allocated. And so, they continue to not have spent all of the federal money, and the primary goal of our policy group is to advise that every dime gets spent by local governments. We had received our per capita allocation of $1.5 million and quickly burned through that, and then requested the remainder of that 4.3, and we're able to demonstrate the expenditures to request up to that 4.3 amount. I'm anticipating that they will allow for additional requests, so I'm hoping there is another opportunity for us to submit even more reimbursement to cover our public health expenditures, and this extends to our business grant program and other things as well. So that opportunity, I think, is alive. They continue to wait for the other governments who haven't fully spent all of their allocation or all of their supplemental requests yet before opening up for another round of expenditure determinations, but I'm hoping that we have done a fantastic job on using that money and continue to want to spend every dime, and Pitkin County will help the state do that. So I'll keep everyone posted as I hear, but many thanks to Connie and John and Ann for bringing that down to our community, because it's been super helpful. Any other questions? All right. I think you have direction, okay, Connie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey,
Kelly,
Connie.
Yes.
This is Jeff. I'm on right now.
Great. In fact, I was just going to mention that I see you are on. Let me move back to your supplemental request. And I know the board was comfortable with it since they had heard about it before, but I'll go ahead and let you speak to the request.
Thanks, Connie. Hey, I apologize about that. I saw you going over the open space and trails ones. And then you just breezed through them, so I was not online yet. So, but anyway, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the telecommunications manager for Pitkin County. This the board passed an emergency resolution on February 10th to submit a DOLA grant for the Roaring Fork Broadband Middle Mile Fiber Project. This supplemental request appropriates the funds for that project. I believe this is pretty much fresh in your mind, but the entire grant is for $1.6 million. DOLA will be covering half of that, or $800,000 of it. Picken County, the portion of it that applies to Picken County is around $600,000. And again, this is a collaboration between Picken County, the city of Aspen, the town of Snowmass Village, as well as the town of Basalt. The $600,000 that is appropriated, again, $300,000 of that would be covered under the DOLA grant. The other $300,000 is responsible by Picken County. Of that $300,000, we have roughly $14,000 per year in terms of recurring costs. This is for the lease of fiber going up the valley. We also have a non-recurring cost for capital improvements, which amount to about $162,000. Of that $162,000, we allocated last year $110,000 in the county IT department for fiber and capital improvements for the Basalt Meet Me Center. So we are going to reappropriate those funds via a carry forward this next month towards the $162,000 for the Roaring Fork Broadband Middle Mile Fiber Project. This leaves us around $52,000 short, and of that amount will be funded through the translator department. So we are not requesting any funds from the general fund, and I want to thank Connie for all the work she did on this in order to get us there. So any questions?
Yes, just one little clarification, and that's instead of waiting for the budget carry forwards to move the $110,000 from the fiber project that was in IT, I opted to go ahead and just include it in this request so that we could see the whole request all in one place.
Okay, any questions? Okay. All right, I think you have your direction. Thank you, Connie. Anything else?
All right. We'll be back for first reading on March 10th and second reading on March 24th. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Connie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
And I welcome Steve Child, who's joining us after his other meetings today. So nice to have you with us. And we are running early. We have a citizen board interview at 3. So I'm going to propose, if John Peacock, do you want to start your COVID-19 update now, or should we try to do open discussion and future agendas?
I am prepared to do either. I'll just need to click on the right thing. So if it looks like we have enough time if we want to do the COVID update at this point.
John, that pins you down to less than a half an hour.
Yeah, we could do, we do have a lot to cover in there, actually.
Okay, well, and I know the press likes to watch that, so maybe what we can do is start our future agendas and open discussion, and then we'll do our citizen board interview at 3.
Sure.
Okay.
Give me just a second.
2, 3.
So are we starting with future agendas?
Yes.
Kelly? Okay, great. So few items for the board. March 10th, I believe you should have gotten an email about celebrating a grand opening of our new landfill building. We did notice it in case we had a quorum present for that. But if you are planning on attending live, if you could let Charlotte know so that we can let Brian and Kathy know also, so we can do appropriate planning there.
Okay.
The other item that you may have seen, I guess, any questions on that before I move on?
Francie.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, I had a tour with the landfill that morning at 9:30, which is supposed to go till 10:30, but so I'll be there and I can go to that and cover us.
Great, you'll get the preview before everyone else. Great. So another item that I think the board has received some communication on, Brush Creek Village has made a request to form a caucus. I believe Tom Newland emailed with documents that were forwarded to the board. We are working right now with Cindy and John Ely to schedule a brief work session for the board, because I don't know that any of you have been involved in the creation of a caucus. So we will do a work session on that, where we do not have a date on that yet. We're working on it. After which, assuming that everything is in order, and it looks like it is, for the Brush Creek Village caucus, we'd be bringing a resolution forward. So that's just to let you know we are working on a schedule on that now with the Attorney's Office and ComDev. And then on March 20th is Cattlemen's Day. I think Steve joined maybe just in time. CCI has sent over a proclamation and has suggested counties look at doing a proclamation to recognize Cattlemen's Day on March 20th. If we don't do it then, we'd have to do it next Wednesday unless we wanted to do it after the fact. And Steve, I don't know if you can shed any light, or Franny, I don't know if anyone knows, Francie, what
the way this started, it is a reaction. It's a reaction against the don't eat meat kind of days that are sponsored periodically by different people. So it's just a visceral reaction of the cattle producers in the state to fight against that anti-beef, anti-eating meat sentiment.
I don't know if it's anti-eating meat. It's in favor of a climate action to reduce our consumption of meat. Mind you, I'm speaking as a meat-producing family here, but yeah, I think it's a climate thing about reducing our intake of meat. But as Steve said, the people at the CCI meeting were horrified, many of them. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm bringing this up now to see if we have a direction proclamation forward for Cattlemen's Day on March 20th.
Greg.
Do you support that, Steve?
I sent some suggestions to Kelly when I first saw that. I think it would be great to recognize locally produced sustainable beef production. We could take advantage of the opportunity to talk about the way we're providing local beef to our food pantries, and we're trying to keep it local. And so I appreciate that, but I also have to say, if it's a reaction against reducing beef consumption, then I think I'd just as soon ignore it, because I think that clearly we probably do need to reduce our beef consumption to an extent. I don't know if I'd want to be a signatory to something that is if it's a knee-jerk reaction, then maybe I don't want a piece of that. Thanks.
Patty, then Steve.
Yeah, I think we just craft our own resolution, Greg, bringing in what you just said about locally produced meat and the benefits we see in this valley, because we want to have a sustainable agriculture and farming community. So we kind of need to be supportive, but I think we can craft it so that we're also at the same time recognizing climate issues. Because if we don't bring something in about climate into this, we're gonna hear from the people who asked us to support the no beef because of climate. So I think we need to blend a resolution that meets all those things, but it still recognizes that this state of Colorado in itself does produce a lot of beef and that lives and families depend on that.
Steve?
So I think doing a resolution recognizing our local beef industry would be a good thing to do. But tying it to climate change, I think it should be pointed out that grazing by any livestock in a well-planned rotational grazing program can be a positive thing for sequestration of carbon into the soil. And I think that should be brought up in the resolution. Irresponsible grazing that's not controlled properly can be devastating to the landscape and totally bad for the environment. Done the other way, it can actually have some positive effects, not just from cattle, but sheep grazing or water buffalo or whatever the creatures are.
I would just like to request if we can just honor our local agricultural producers, perhaps not identifying beef producers over vegetable growers, over hemp producers, over, I don't know. I just don't want to weigh into the policy of what people should eat and where they should procure it from, because that is just loaded in a lot of ways. So I'd love to celebrate our local producers. There's definitely a climate action benefit to all of the local agriculture that's happening here. But that would be my preference. And let's see, I don't know who had hands up first. Francie and then Greg, maybe?
I feel like there's a lot of promotion of our local agriculture in all kinds of venues in our county. And this seems like a potential hornet's nest to start getting involved in some kind of proclamation for or against meat, or I don't know. I mean, maybe the other counties will be mad if we don't jump on board, but they probably won't even notice because a lot of those counties hardly see us. So I would suggest that we avoid this whole thing.
And I would just say, Francie, you got your initiation into CCI.
Yeah.
Okay, so Francie wants to avoid. I'm okay to celebrate generically. Greg?
I certainly like the idea of celebrating local ag. I don't mind celebrating local beef production, but I think I'd be obligated to ask that we put in something about alternatives to beef, because clearly they're viable and they're attractive and people are using them. It's not going to destroy the cattle or beef industry, but it might actually help the climate. And I happen to be an advocate for the meat alternatives, but I still like a good steak. So I think we could craft something that recognizes the alternatives that are there and the value of them, while still supporting, our local sustainable, conscionable beef industry or meat industry. I could easily imagine a proclamation that did all of that, and we just put it out there, and CCI can chew on it all they want.
And I would say maybe we time it for like our first farmers market of the season or something. Steve.
So there is also the Ag Day at the Capitol, typically held every year. Now with the pandemic, I don't know if they had it last year. They probably didn't have it last year. They maybe won't have it this year, but I think we should check in to see when Ag Day at the Capitol normally is, and that would actually be an appropriate day to recognize all of our ag producers the way that Greg has described, and I think that could be a better gesture, actually. We could if we're doing that on a different day, we could let CCI know that we're recognizing all of our ag producers, including the cattlemen and the I don't know how many sheep growers there are, but I think there are still some sheep around. And
Patty?
Don't forget the chickens. But I think we need to do it, and we need to do it by the 20th, and we can make it generic. Either that or we don't do it at all. So it's really up to the board. I think it's in response to this Cattlemen's Day on March 20th. So we can do a generic honoring our local ag, including our local meat producers. We don't have to just say beef, but I think we can do it just just recognizing that, and do it just, and if we can get a reso out by next week so that we can do it in time for the 20th, because that's kind of been the request.
So if I could weigh in, because I'm a little, I obviously stepped into an issue I did not know enough about before bringing it up, so I'll acknowledge that. But I'm not totally clear on the direction, and it feels like this needs to be fairly well dialed in. So what I'm hearing right now, I think Patty and Kelly are in the same place. I hear too with doing a relatively, I hate to use the word generic, but one that's really mostly around our local agriculture. I heard Francie say maybe this is not something we do at all right now. I heard Steve say that he could support the local agriculture, but would prefer to time it to a state Colorado Ag Day. And I heard Greg supporting doing something locally, but adding meat alternatives into the. So I'm still. I may be just a little slow here, but I'm not getting if there's a majority on this just yet.
Francie?
Sorry.
Francie, sorry, go ahead.
I don't think we should do anything until we're in agreement. And I am not in agreement with putting out something that publicly says we support meat alternatives, because they use an incredible amount of energy input, and they are highly processed, and so I wouldn't want to be on board for that. And I'm sure we would have a hard time all agreeing on something at this point without more conversation about it. And since I saw where it came from, and the vehemence of these people against Polis's trying to do something right, I don't know. I see it might take us a while to all get to a proclamation that we're all going, yay, this is perfect.
I'm okay to table it. I see this as a bit of a distraction. Honestly, we have a lot of work.
I'll jump on board with that. Let's just, if it comes back later, it comes back. If not, let's just step out. It's kind of hard for me to say that when we support with our open space and trails, sustainable ag, we lease it out to cattle, we lease it out to pastures, we lease it out, to fruits and veggies, and flowers. So let's just maybe celebrate our sustainable ag programs at a later date.
And we celebrate them through our ongoing support in
Yes.
lots of different programs. I just think requiring a discussion on policies about how we feel about, meat purveyors and food chains for climate action is just a bigger conversation that right now I don't think is the priority.
Yeah, we got bigger fish to fry. Oh, there's fish too in the valley. So.
Steve.
It looks like Ag Day at the Capitol is on March 22nd this year in Colorado. So maybe we just time our thing for March 22nd and have our general ag, supportive ag, ag statement, and support the local beef producers as well as others. And that's what I would suggest doing.
Okay.
And we can let CCI know that that's what we're doing. We're keying it towards Ag Day instead of this separate day that the cattlemen at CCI came up with.
So I think we have 3 here who just want to not do anything right now.
I might be on the wrong year. I might be on the wrong year.
So I'm going to move us along.
Let me try to find out. I'm going to do some more research.
Okay, I'm gonna move us along. I think we don't have consensus. There's too many policy conversations wrapped up in a resolution like this, despite the fact that we overwhelmingly adore and support our local agricultural producers. And we'll continue to like put our money where our mouth is when it comes to that. So with that, let's move on to other future agenda conversation.
Well, thankfully, I am ending on that easy one. So.
Okay, other future agenda stuff. Patty.
Yeah, John, on Tuesday, the 9th of March, we have Chad Dederitz doing the Senior Services Age-Friendly Plan. He's wrapped into our open discussion time. Does he need more time than that to present?
Yeah, we're gonna try and detangle some of those.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is really simple. On a date of notice for our EOTC meeting, it didn't notice the date. It just noticed it's under the Tuesday, March 23rd work session agenda, but it's at the bottom and it just says EOTC meeting 4 to 6 at Snowmass. It needs to be the date and the time so the public is actually noticed, because that meeting is on the 25th, I believe, from 4 to 6. So we just need to add that date on there so we're legally noticed for that. And there was another one, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'll worry about it when it comes up at a regular meeting and we can set the second reading then. So I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, other future agenda items. I wonder, we should circle with the attorney's office. This keeps coming up for exec, the way that we're doing exec now. If we can convene our executive sessions upon voting to go into exec, rather than waiting for the time to start. So for example, we get together at 9:45 to vote to go into exec publicly, and then we wait till 10 o'clock to actually start our executive session conversation. I wonder if there's a way to notice that so that we can, upon adjournment of public session or something like that, so that we can use that time, because sometimes those 10 minutes are actually crucial.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can ask the attorney's office if we can notice that any differently, Kelly.
Okay. I think that's all I had. Any other future agenda stuff? Okay, I'm not seeing any. We're still a few minutes before 3. Oh, it looks like we have our candidate on, so maybe we'll check in with Charlotte and Rachel and see if they're prepared to start a few minutes early. Hi, Charlotte. And hi, Rachel.
Charlotte, you're
Charlotte,
muted.
you are muted. Are you guys okay to start a few minutes early?
Sorry about that. Good. I think Rachel's on. Here she is. Okay, so we are in the middle of Citizen Board renewals and new applications, and I just wanted to take a minute to explain that Rachel kind of got lost in the COVID Civic Plus glitch of Citizen Board applications. So she's actually been attending as a citizen the weed advisory boards, and I think Romany was going to be on here too, so she may be checking in with us. But anyway, Rachel, thank you for applying. And there are 2 members whose terms expire this year. And then we have 2 vacancies as well. So with that, I will turn it over to the board to conduct the interview.
Great, thank you, Charlotte. And hi, so Rachel Betchhofer, right? Did I say that correctly?
It's actually Beckhofer.
Beckhofer, sorry. Well, it's nice to see you. We know each other from elections. So what we'll do, Rachel, is we'll just invite you to present yourself to the board. Tell us why you're interested in this citizen board, what qualifications you have and interests that you bring to that board. And then we'll do a roundtable with the BOCC members to ask any questions of you. If that sounds good.
Great. Yeah, that sounds great. I will just warn you, I'm up in the Crystal Valley and our internet is super slow. So there's a little bit of a delay, so just bear with me on that one. So yeah, Kelly, it's nice to see you. I actually heard about this position because of Tatiana, who is also on the weed board and also an election judge. So that's how I heard about the opening. And I am a landscape designer. I do sustainable landscape design, and I also, come spring, we'll be doing some install and maintenance, hopefully, this year. It was a little bit shortchanged last year, but hopefully we'll be able to get back to work this summer. My interest in the weed board, as a sustainable designer, I try and promote native plants in the landscape, and I work with, clients and landowners, and so often we come across weed issues, and weeds are threatening our native plants, our ecosystems, and that's a big concern of mine. And then also to work with landowners and help them, create more sustainable landscapes by managing their weeds effectively. So a little bit more about me. I'm also Quell certified with the City of Aspen. I do irrigation audits. Hopefully, again, we'll get into that this summer. We'll be able to do some of those. And got my master's in landscape design in 2009, and have had my own company for the last 10 years, I guess.
All right, questions of Rachel. Patty.
Yeah, Rachel, welcome. And I have to first off tell you, I'm very envious of your volunteer positions. The Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center, the Butterfly Pavilion. I know I just, I grew up in a horticulture family, and I also spent some time in Mountain Greenery and Basalt. So I don't know if you've ever come in there, but that's my mental health is when I can go out there. But yeah, I think, I sat on the weed board for a while because, it's kind of one of my passions too. So I think, we've got these 2 vacant seats, and you've already been attending. So I think it'd be great to have you be a certified member of the Board of the Board of Health. I almost said the weed board.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, and Steve.
Thank you for applying, Rachel. I am also an alumni of the Weed Advisory Board. I think I was on it for 10 years, and that was my launching pad for becoming a county commissioner. So, as you know, a lot of the designated noxious weeds are actually escaped ornamentals from people's gardens. And that happened with the wild caraway and the oxeye daisy and tansy and lots of different ones. Probably a dozen of the weeds on the list are all started because people like them in their gardens. So I'm pleased that you like doing native plants in your plantings in gardens. My wife likes to do the same thing in the few gardens she takes care of. So do you have any proposals, having sat in on some weed advisory board meetings, do you have any proposals for changes you would make in that board and what they do, how they operate, that sort of thing?
Well, just responding to your comments, one of the things that I have been aware of is trying to not use some of the more aggressive and invasive, ornamentals in the garden. And so, yeah, that's an ongoing challenge because the nurseries continue to carry plants that really should not be planted in people's gardens. So we try and educate people about that as well. I think my main interest in being on the board is I have now been a resident of the Crystal Valley for 5 years, and it's my home, and I love it, and I want to take care of it, and so I would like to see more being done in the Crystal Valley. So I think that would be something that I would bring to the board.
Well, that's good to hear. Whenever I walk through Redstone in the summer and see the oxeye daisies everywhere is ubiquitous in the Redstone area. And then you go up by Avalanche Campground and there's lots of musk thistle all over the place. So there are some weed infestations in the Crystal Valley, and I'm glad you take an interest. You should get to know Marge Fales, who lives down there at the bottom of the Crystal Valley in the Cold Mountain Ranch. I never could talk her into being on the weed advisory board, but she is a weed warrior, and you should get to know her.
Yeah.
Other questions for Rachel? Francie.
I just want to say thank you, Rachel, for being willing to do this service. It's obviously really important. And, I live in the Crystal Valley too, and so I'm really happy to have you be interested in this valley and the weeds in this valley as well as throughout the Roaring Fork Valley. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, ditto on what Francie just said. Rachel, I think you'd be great. And looking at your resume, it's fascinating. There's so much in here. And I'm intrigued mostly that you went to high school at the High Mowing School. And I don't know, I've never heard of that high school. And I can't help but ask, did your interest in getting rid of weeds come from the High Mowing School? That's a very naive question, sorry.
I suppose it probably did.
Well, anyway, you look overqualified for this.
Sorry, I was just going to say it's a relative of the Waldorf school. It's a Waldorf boarding high school.
Oh, great! Wow. Well, that's fantastic. And I think that I was thinking about Steve's comment just now and your knowledge of all of this. Can you walk through our valley and not just automatically notice invasive species everywhere? Does it change the way you look at our valley? I'm wondering if I went on a hike with you, would you be pointing that stuff out all the time? It'd be fascinating.
I'd rather point out the rare and interesting natives that we see, but yeah.
Francie.
You went to the High Mowing School, so did you know John Wilson? He was a teacher there for a long time. I called him Chip, but I think he was High Mowing. No?
I don't know that name.
When did you leave? When did you leave High Mowing?
I graduated in 2000. I was there 2 years.
Okay, are there any other questions for Rachel? Okay, Steve.
Well, I was just going to say one thing that I miss, and I think it's because of the pandemic, is the public events that we used to hold. Weed polls or weed identification walks, different things like that. I presume you would love to do something like that because you would be a source of information. What's your thinking about that?
Yeah, I am. I'm interested in those aspects too, and I think we can probably do some outside stuff and keep people, appropriately distanced and masked if need be, and still accomplish the goals.
Greg?
Yeah, hi, and I see Romany's here. Hi, Romany, nice to see you. Thank you for everything you're doing. Just looking at the expirations on the terms, I know Marie Kelly's up and Tatiana Stevens is up this year. So we're going to have a very thin weed advisory board. Are we expecting more people to come in the next month or two?
Well, I think they could reapply.
I don't know if that's for Charlotte or Romany.
Okay, well, I'll take it here. We have not received confirmation from Marie or Tatiana that they plan to renew, but you know, this is a process and they could be out of town or whatever. So advertising is going on. So there are no other applications at this time, but we'll bring those applicants to you as they come in, and the renewals as well. So the renewals won't be an interview for this board, but we'll make you aware of everyone that has renewed when we go for approval on that.
Thank you, Charlotte. And Romany, sorry we started early because we're moving ahead on our agenda, but was there anything that you wanted to say about the board or the applications or applicants?
I'm pretty sure at this time that Marie Kelly and Tatiana will likely renew their applications. They both seem to be really enjoying the board. And as for having new applicants, it's kind of difficult, I think. Hopefully through advertising, Charlotte, you can find some more people, and then through word of mouth. We do have Dustin Falasic, who lives in Garfield County, who comes to our meetings anyways, even though he's not an actual member. He's an honorary member, and he's been a great wealth of information. So we enjoy that. And if anybody else knows of anybody who might be interested, there's, I believe, a couple of new open positions.
Great, thank you. Okay. Well, I can attest, as having been staff and worked with Rachel as a volunteer, just how pleasant and great she was. But we will discuss, I think, all of our applications, and then we will give our recommendation to Charlotte, and then she'll communicate with you, Rachel. And then the formal process at our end is the adoption of a formal resolution with the appointments. And so we'll keep you posted. Okay.
Thanks, Rachel.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Charlotte. Thanks, Romany.
Take your time.
Okay, so now we're just sort of all over the end of the agenda.
I know.
Agenda here in our latter part of the day. So let's see, we can do open discussion, and then maybe have a little break, and then 3:45 we'll do our COVID update. How's that sound to everybody?
Sounds good.
Okay.
And then let Jeff know we might be early.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yesterday the advice was we might be late, so now I see Jeff is still on with us. So
Perfect.
Jeff, your flexibility in our timing this afternoon is much
We
appreciated.
appreciate it.
Okay, so let's do board open discussion. John Peacock.
Yeah, and I don't have a whole lot for you. I just want to be sure that, let's see, yesterday afternoon we sent an email with a link to a Northwest COG survey around housing, and it's really trying to get a sense of what it's a community survey piece, and Ellen Sassano from our staff has been working with Northwest COG on that. And I know, Patty, you may have a little bit more to say on that one, but just wanted to make sure the board was looking for that email, and if you could take a few minutes and fill that out, that'd be great.
Yeah, Kelly Bay.
Sure.
It's kind of a spin-off on the COVID reaction to people moving into our communities, either occupying second homes full-time or buying up properties. It's just kind of a change in the demographics of our communities. So, Ellen, and I know we just did a little paragraph, a little blip that we submitted, but yeah, it'd be great if we can get it out there for people. And maybe I'll try and contact Skippy at the city to make sure the city, or John, maybe you can help me this with the city, that we get them to post it too. So, because they actually have seen, as we're seeing in the West End with traffic issues, the city might want to make sure they can get some input from the city citizens into this program, this survey. So that would be great.
Yeah, and we are working on our website.
Okay.
And it looks like
Oh,
Ellen
there's-
has a comment.
I didn't know you were here, Ellen. Sorry.
Hi, Ellen.
No, that's fine. You got it. You all got it covered. Thanks. I just wanted to let you know that you won't be receiving an email, but a link to the survey is up on our webpage, on the county webpage. We also put it out on our county Facebook page, and we have coordinated with the city of Aspen, town of Basalt, town of Village, asking them to also post the link to the survey on their social media and web pages. So we have reached out. I don't know if their web pages are updated yet, but the survey went live yesterday, and it will be live for a month. And yeah, we're really looking forward to the results of the survey, which should give us an idea of what this mountain migration really looks like, whether it's a short-term or long-term trend, and what the implications are for services, infrastructure, housing, and the like. So, yeah, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to follow up. Just let me know.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, Ellen, I don't know if you know, or the board knows, but Alyssa Schenk is now the chairman from Snowmass, is now the chairman of Northwest COG. And I'm vice chairman, so we frequently contact, so I'll just contact her and make sure that Snowmass is up and running with it, just to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other open discussion items? Greg?
Yeah, just wondering if anybody else saw that there's an article in the paper about a new exhibition at the Art Museum coming up called A Rooftop Takeover. And it actually involves a display of invasive species as part of this garden. And so I just thought, there's something for the Weed Advisory Board. Just wanted to give you a heads up on that one. It just kind of, the concept of the show sounds fascinating and worthwhile, but it sounds to me like they're going to be putting in a garden of invasive species. In fact, some really invasive species to make a point. And so I'm just hoping that we can have some conversation with them before this happens. Thanks.
Well, can I take? Well,
Yeah,
Greg,
Patty.
that sounds like a horrible idea. They're up there with all that wind blowing. All they're going to do is scatter invasive species seeds all over downtown. Yeah, they need to at least have them like dried and encapsulated in, plexiglass. Yeah.
I'm not sure quite what it is, but it's worth a conversation and a heads up for those weed watchers out there.
We need to get our weed folks on it.
Oh, I did alert Romany about
Okay,
it, and
perfect.
and so I know she's on it.
All right, thanks, Greg.
Okay, others?
I have one about the
Patty?
resolutions. Yeah, I think we all got from Charlotte the email about collecting county resolutions. No, this is not. This is the one about, I've got them hooked together, about the possible resolution language in support of President Biden's temporary pause on oil and gas leasing. We had talked about this before, and now we have a draft resolution that we can take. I would like the board to consider either reviewing this, tweaking it, maybe bringing it back next week, and open discussion, so we can get our own resolution drafted and approved and signed and get it out of here. I don't think we oppose to this.
Sorry, Patty, you and I had separate conversations about the 30 by 30. Is this the same thing or different?
I didn't see 30 by 30 noted in here, but there's, it's a pretty much well-written draft resolution that we can consider. It kind of covers everything with climate change. It doesn't speak out directly to the 30 by 30. It's mostly about the temporary pause on oil and gas leasing on public lands. And it also addresses climate issues, and actually it gives some good suggestion as to how things need to be revisited, to clean up some of the issues that are currently involved in the leasing of public lands. And it also brings up that they need to have these issues and policies with public input from local communities, public landowners, users, and incorporates the best available science. So it came, I think we all got it from Charlotte. I don't know if it came today.
Do we know how Bennett's office?
What's that?
Do you know what Bennett's office position is on it?
No, this actually came out of the Mountain Pact from Durango, Colorado.
Okay.
So I bet John Whitney, who lives in Durango, is familiar. We can contact John Whitney.
It came from Whitney?
No, it came from the Mountain Pact out of Durango, and John Whitney lives in Durango, so I think he probably has some info on this.
Yeah.
I can give him a call if you guys want me to, or we can just have you guys review it and bring it back for open discussion next week.
Yeah, I would want to know, just because, sort of on the flip side of that coin, there was a lot of upset last week about how our Congresswoman's position on the CORE Act threatened to sort of disrupt long-earned compromises, between local governments about how land is used and where its appropriate uses are. And so, on its face, the pause is fine, but I do just want to sort of honor some of that navigation and compromise that does take place, I think, with our federal delegation about preserving lands in some places and then having appropriate extractive development in other places. And I don't want to sort of undermine all that hard work that locals engage on, even if, and just to understand whether or not this pause helps facilitate that engagement better, or if it makes their lives harder. So I guess I just would like to understand that a little bit, if anyone has any insight. But I can take a look at it and reach out to Bennett.
It kind of covers everything, and I think it's pretty fair. And it just says we need to work together to look at how we've been leasing out public lands and come up with issues that work for all of us.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
Other thoughts on this from board members about pursuing this resolution?
Yeah, if you guys want to just look at it and come back at open discussion on Tuesday, I think that would be great.
Okay. Other open discussion items? I think I have just two quick ones. I'm sort of wondering what the status of the Healthy Rivers and Streams position is. I know they have to come back to us for a supplemental, so we didn't see that today in the first quarter supplementals, and I, just curious about the timing or what the holdup is, or when we get to see that job description and provide input on it. John, I don't know if you have any update, or if we can just get an update on that.
We'll have to get an update through Lisa in the attorney's office on that, who's taking lead on it.
Okay.
I do know it was not ready for the budget supplementals this time around.
Yeah.
So sorry, I don't have another update for you.
Yeah.
But I can check in with.
Okay. And then I just wanted to check in, Francie, you and I haven't had a chance to connect today because we've been in meeting all day with a packed agenda. But I've been asked to facilitate the community meeting tomorrow night, which overlaps a little bit with APSHA.
That's very interesting because, I heard from John Armstrong that he was concerned about the county showing up because there's so many people there who feel like Pitkin County wants to take over Marble. You're talking about the Marble meeting, right?
No, I'm talking about Pitkin County's community meeting, which I'm assuming John will talk more about in his COVID-19 update. But we, sort of regularly holds community meetings to update all of our residents about what's going on with COVID. And so there's one scheduled for tomorrow night, and Tracy Truelove, the communication PIO, usually runs them, but she has a conflict. And as you know, you and I both have APSHA tomorrow. So I wondered if you could cover the second part of the APSHA meeting if I jump off shortly before 6. Okay.
You bet. I'm planning on being there.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for covering me last time.
Of course, yeah. I think that's all I have for open discussion. Anybody else? No? Okay. All right, so why don't we take a little bit of a break here, and then we will get our COVID-19 update started a little bit early. So how about we break for 10 minutes and we'll come back at 3:30.
Sounds good.
Does that sound good, John?
Yeah, if Jeff is on still, I'd be happy to flip with him, but I do know we probably have people watching for the COVID update too, so I'll let you think about that on your break.
Okay. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, and Grassroots will be back at 3:30, please. let's wait till folks get back. I didn't take. Yeah, no, it is. Just give Patty a minute. She was chatting. So it's each phase. So there's two. You're part of two HOAs. You're part of Burlingame 1, phase 1, and then the master HOA. And they're based on square footage. That's what the assessment is based on. So like your phase 1 HOA, I think, has a bigger payment than the master HOA. And the master HOA covers like snow and trash. And then I think the other ones cover like lawn care and yeah. I don't know if that will change when they build phase 3, if there will be like a discussion around monitoring and all, but because they were individual projects, there's the individual one and then the common one. Yeah. Yeah, because like my phase 1 had its own construction issues, phase 2 has its own construction issues. So you don't necessarily want to marry all of those together, right? So that's how that works. I'm in phase 2, yeah. Anyway, we'll have you over when you move in and we can have people over. No, Amy did. She's gonna be a neighbor. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I think we have a quorum, so Amy, just all right, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, March 2nd. We are getting down to the bottom of our agenda and we are flipping some things around because we're running ahead. So let's see. John Peacock, what do you think is best? We're down to COVID update and telecommunications update. Either way, we're either starting early or running late.
So Kelly, I have to be here anyway for both of them, so I suggest letting Jeff go.
Okay. All right, Jeff, are you prepared to give your telecom update right now?
Hey, yeah, hi Kelly, I can. I do have a panelist that was going to join us, and so I need to check with him to see if it's okay. Do you want to wait a couple minutes and have him?
I can do the COVID update if we're on. I didn't realize we were on that time schedule, Jeff. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I would just recommend that you have your person be ready around 4 to join. We might start a little past 4, knowing how our COVID conversations go, but that way it'll be before 4:20 when you're scheduled. Does that sound good?
Thank you, Kelly.
And thanks for your flexibility.
Yeah.
All right. So
optimistic that I can get done in a half hour, Kelly. Okay. Are you all seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we've got actually quite a bit to talk about, and I thought this was going to be a light week, but there's actually been quite a few changes that we'll cover in our metrics overview, our vaccination update, talk a little bit about the changes that were made at the Board of Health meeting to the traveler affidavit, and business grants, which we did not get to last time. So if you go out to the state's website, this is what you will see. You'll see that we have had our incidence rate dip into the orange level based on the number of cases per 100,000 in population but we are still in yellow. And I want to walk through some of what we've learned over the past couple of days. Uh-oh. Huh. I've never had this happen before.
Don't blame it on the cat.
Oh, that's so interesting. I am missing a table in here. Give me just a second. I'm going to pop out here and see if I share again, if it starts working. I apologize. It just totally crashed on me. Give me just a second here. I'm going to try and reload the presentation. Okay, I know this is a little small. I'm worried that this is going to go away again. Oh, okay, there we go. So we had been prepared to talk to the state because last week we had told you that our lab, Microgen, that's doing most of our testing, had delays in getting results due to the weather in Texas. And on the 24th, February 24th, we got a big slug of tests in that started to push that 7-day incidence rate over the orange level. And so we had prepared to have a conversation with CDPHE about using the date that specimens were collected instead of the dates that test results were reported because of those weather delays and getting a big slug of tests in at one time. When we had that conversation with CDPHE, and that's Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, yesterday afternoon, we learned something new, and that is that in the state's public health order, they had always identified that they would be putting out alternative metrics for counties with a population under 30,000. And so yesterday in our discussion, we learned what's being rolled out as the alternate incidence rate metric, which is based on 7-day total cases. And so in this case, as a county with a census population under 30,000, you can have between 5 and 30 cases total over a 7-day period and be in the blue, 31 to 90 cases to be in the yellow, 91 to 150 total cases over 7 days to be in orange, and then if you have over 150 cases total over 7 days, you move to red. This is a pretty big change from the incidence rate per 100,000 that we have been using. And I did not round these, I did not pull these out to the decimal point. So these are rounded. That's why they're listed as approximates here. But to be in blue with our census population, using the 7-day incidence rate per 100,000 is actually 2.6 to 18 cases total in a week to be in that range. Yellow was 18 to 52 versus the 31 to 90. Orange, 52 to 88, and then red is really over 89. And again, you have to carry out decimal points to make that really accurate, but you can get an order of magnitude what the change in measurement of incidence rate for the smaller counties means for the level that we're in. So when you look from 2/23 through 3/1, we have 79 cases, which puts us in the upper quarter, but still pretty firmly in the yellow, versus being firmly in the orange, using the incidence rate per 100,000. We are still getting clarity on how this metric will be applied. We're waiting for written guidance that was going to come out either today and certainly later this week to get clarity on whether the alternate metric can be used if you have another metric that's in a higher level, and if there's any impacts on the 5-star program. So as soon as we get that clarification, we'll communicate that out, but we have not received it yet. Using the new incidence rate metric, our cases never went above the orange line for total number of cases over a 7-day period. And if you are tracking with the county's daily report, we have made this change. This is a screenshot from our daily report today. So we learned about this around 3:30 yesterday. We've made the adjustment to the daily report so that folks in our community who are looking at that can track that information. Obviously, as this big number moves out of our 7 days, it changes the math pretty significantly, regardless of how we're measuring it. Testing, our positivity rate has continued to remain pretty solidly in yellow, more recently trending towards blue. I did want to share that since last March, there have been a total of just under 27,000 tests done in Pickens County. You may remember early on we were talking about needing somewhere between 22 and 25,000. We thought to have adequate testing capacity for the year. And while it was messy, frankly, getting it started up, especially early in the pandemic, with our many partners that have come to the table, including the state with the free testing options, we've certainly achieved that volume. And we did have a peak day. We had targeted having capacity of up to 500 tests a day. We actually had a peak day of 952 tests. So our testing capacity remains high. It's available for anybody that wants it. Our turnaround times more recently have been an issue, but they're getting under that 48-hour mark again. Vaccinations. These numbers continue to go up. Total doses, we've distributed 6,600 in Pickens County. That's just over 4,700 first doses, just under 2,000 second doses, just over 3,800 residents, and an even 2,800 non-residents. A lot of the non-residents are our workforce that are either critical workforce or are working in Pickens County. And so we continue to have a lot of success. I will give a shout out to the incident management team and Phyllis, who's been our incident commander. They've really been learning and making changes. I actually volunteered at the tent directing traffic during the last clinic when we had a lot of vaccines go out the door. They had changed the registration process. There's no traffic backup. People moved through, I think, pretty quickly. They've really got this dialed in. So just a shout out to that group. some exciting news. So vaccinations this week, we were originally told that we would get 130 first doses Moderna, which will go out on Friday. We also have 1,170 second doses, combination of Pfizer and Moderna, to go out on Friday. On the exciting side, this week, I think everyone's aware that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine received its emergency use authorization. Colorado requested just over 45,000 of those. Counties were asked how many they could deliver over the weekend. We requested 3,000 to be delivered on Saturday and Sunday. We just received notice. In fact, I was just modifying the presentation during the break that we will get 1,500 of those Johnson & Johnson vaccines this weekend, and we are planning a Sunday clinic. That will give us some more time to do registration and the logistics. So that's exciting news. And it's really about us being able to scale and work with our partners to set up and continue a vaccine clinic quickly. I will say we also have new priorities that the state announced last week. We got these while we were going through our vaccination clinic, and so there's new 1B2, 1B3, and 1B4. 1B2, we have largely addressed these populations. There's still some folks who could not work their way in when scheduled, so we'll probably have a few folks still coming through for our K through 12 educators and licensed child care programs, but we made huge progress in those areas. We are going to be focusing on the phase 1B3, which is now people age 60 and older, and people 16 to 59 with two or more high-risk conditions, as well as frontline essential workers in grocery and agriculture. We have been working with the physicians community to identify the highest priority folks for the high-risk conditions. And we have been already working. We had already prioritized our food distribution, so grocery workers and such. In agriculture, I will say we have been interpreting this as our food production and processing agriculture. We have had a lot of inquiries about whether, for example, marijuana cultivation would qualify for this phase 1B3. We have read the intent as protecting the food supply, and so we've narrowed that definition for agriculture a little bit. Prior to the state issuing the new guidelines, we had started prioritizing what had previously been folks who were in line to get vaccines, so essential workers in public transit and specialized transportation, including public works, frontline public health, frontline essential human services, which included clergy, frontline essential direct care providers for those experiencing homelessness, our frontline essential journalists, and our postal workers. We also had some of our key utility workers and such identified as first responders. We actually completed a good chunk of folks who are eligible under these categories. We are going to continue just to finish up these phases as we open up the 1B3. We won't be opening up to these others until we work through the 1B3 category. So lots of changes coming from the state in terms of our vaccine priorities, and we are adjusting to those in our registration process. Any questions there? That's the vaccine update.
Steve.
Yeah, thanks, John. I'm curious about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Are we going to target a specific sector of our people with that, ones who would be easier to give just one shot to and not have to have them come back in? Or is it going to be more random, whoever is going through on a certain day for new vaccines going to get that?
Yeah, it's going to be based on what's available and who's registering under these phases, Steve. And so right now, Johnson & Johnson is going to be, we only have 130 first doses of the Moderna, so we can't get that far into the 1B3, but we are going to make those available, those Johnson & Johnson, available to these 1B3 folks. And we're not going to necessarily prioritize, except for we've already scheduled who the physicians community is identified as folks with 2 or more high-risk conditions right now. So no, we're going to be scheduling what's available. I think right now, CDPHE as well as Dr. Fauci and the CDC don't have a preference in terms of what vaccine is given to what population in terms of efficacy and safety. They all have good efficacy. They all have good safety. If we could identify some of those populations, frankly, we've done a lot of our homeless population, for example, the more transient populations you'd hope to capture with a 1-shot. We've already done quite a bit of that with our 2-shot vaccine. So we're just going to push through phase 1B3.
Yeah, I was thinking the homeless or perhaps the Latinx population where it's easy, you can get them in for 1 shot, but getting them for the 2nd shot would be more difficult. So the fact that you already did a lot of the homeless on 2 shots, that is commendable to be able to do the tracking on that and get them back in.
And we're scheduling appointments when, as people are leaving. And so we're having a really good response right now in those 2nd doses, and we hope that continues.
Any other questions on this for John? Nope.
Board of Health meeting, I will say I did not attend because I was actually working as directing traffic at the clinic in the afternoon. The major action that the Board of Health did take was voting to change the current traveler affidavit program to a traveler awareness program. I think the details of the name are still getting hammered out. We should have that by tomorrow's community meeting. But that change will be effective this Friday, March 5th. Visitors will still be required to fill out an agreement on the Pickens County website and are encouraged, although not required per CDC travel guidance, to get tested before visiting Pickens County. So very much aligned with, I think, where a majority of this board was. And I would invite Greg or Patty, who were at the meeting, I believe, if there's any additional context to put on this.
Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, John. I just wanted to add on this, there was some discussion and proposal that we try to come up with some sort of incentive, some perk we could give a tourist or visitor or even a local in order to stay on the program.
because there's compelling reasons to have something like this. But maybe, so we've been kind of brainstorming possible ways to incentivize people that we could afford. And so that was the next thing I was going to add to it. Thanks.
Patty?
Yeah, I'll just.
Yeah.
Just let me tag on to that, John, because when that came up, I'm not that I don't agree with some kind of incentive, but they were talking like a $25 gift card. And when you look at, we have over 70,000 people who've already done the traveler affidavit. Even if we gave them each $2, we'd be at $140,000. So I said funding might be an issue on that unless we could look at one of our wonderful benefactors here in the community to help us out. But yeah, so I'm not sure how we'll achieve that without some significant amount of dollars, but it's something that I know Greg really brought up, and the board was supportive of looking into it. I was the one who brought up who's going to fund it, so I was looking out for Pickens County's, the Board of Commissioners pocketbook on that one.
It was actually a suggestion of Dr. Kurtz, Tom Kurt, actually.
Oh yeah,
but, I think it's a, if there's some way we can give people a reward, why not try it?
And I know staff has that on their radar screen. I don't think we've cracked the nut yet of how to do it. So, and I think ACRA is also involved in that discussion, and so hopefully we'll get some creative ideas out of it.
How about a lottery with free nights at the Little Nell or something?
Yeah. You
get
do it for 5 family
it.
members, you get 5 chances.
How about a thank you note?
Yeah.
Period. Thank you so much for acting responsibly in your visit to Pickens County. We really appreciate your patronage, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thought.
And you've been entered into a lottery for 3 nights at the Little Nell. It's just a win-win.
I kind of like that proposal, Kelly. I've just been seeing all these auctions, or what are they called, lotteries, or
drawings.
Drawings online and I saw one for a sports car, and I thought, oh God, I'm dying to have this sports car. I put $10 in, so who knows, and how many millions of people do it? But it's actually not such a bad idea. It gets attention and it draws people to it. So I think there's some other cool things we could do that would serve other purposes for us as well. So I am working on that, and I'll come forward with a proposal of some sort to y'all soon. I did want to say I forwarded an article, and I don't know if Jordan or John saw it yet or would approve forwarding it for Board of Health. I wanted to run it by Jordana first, but it's really about the pandemic response, the global pandemic response, not looking locally, but just on how there's a balance between knowledge, risk, certainty, and action. And often it seemed as if there was almost too much information flowing, causing much more confusion than necessary. But also, things seemed arbitrary at times. So it may begin to be time at some point soon, and it might be interesting to unpack the response and look at the way that this has all been done. And I'm not suggesting we do that now, but put it on your radar, because I think there's some really interesting ideas that are coming out of that. There was an article in the Atlantic, and it's also in Route 50 magazine.
That's great. And I saw that come across. I'm going to let Jordana take a look at it, and I'm sure we'll get forwarded along. Business grant updates. We're getting near the end of this program at this point. We received 129 applications. 99 grants have been awarded. The committee put together by Aspen Community Foundation went through 3 rounds of review. Grant awards between $5,000 and $25,000, totaling $1,254,000 at this point. Award letters have been sent, as well as the first round grant checks have also been sent. So the second and third rounds are coming as folks finish. There have been some folks who have had to update their business safety plans and those sorts of things. Right now, there's $26,000 remaining in that grant pool. We're going to what we've asked ACF, Aspen Community Foundation, to do is hold on that and see if additional applications come in for final. But you know, big shout out to Aspen Community Foundation for partnering with us and taking this on. It's a lot of grants applications to look at for businesses, and they really work through them, I think, quickly and fairly.
Steve.
John, of the 30 of them that did not receive a grant, were they rejected, or are some of those still pending that they might still get a grant?
Very few are still pending. Most did not get a grant, either because they didn't meet the criteria or didn't demonstrate need, or, you know, in some cases had some violations that were significant enough that they didn't get an award.
Can you characterize the types of sectors that were awarded grants?
Yeah, so the larger ones, Kelly, and I can do a better breakdown for you, but going through the list, obviously restaurants were high on that list, and oftentimes the larger grants were going to restaurants who have, just because of the nature of the business and the nature of this pandemic, have borne more impact. That's followed pretty closely by certain types of retail that were impacted. Some retail did very, very well. And so, Steve, those are some of the grants that either weren't awarded or were awarded at lower levels. Some retail struggled. There are a very few, there are also some gyms and hair and nail kind of personal service providers are probably the next volume. And then there were some nonprofits that we allowed to come into this process if they were reliant on transactions that were affected by COVID. So, for example, the gymnastics program and some others that really rely on folks coming in and paying for a portion of their services, and that would be the last category, Kelly. But I can try for the next update to have some stats around that for you and prepare that for this one.
Is that interesting to other board members?
Yeah, I would like to see it.
Okay.
Okay. So it's something, I assume what you're wanting to see is by sector, you know, how many grants, how much were the awards, that sort of characterization. Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Yeah, I would. I mean, you know, for me, I would do a deep dive into all of it, but I don't want to waste everybody's time on that either. So just some more detail is great. Thank you.
Okay. And I may actually keep to our time commitment here. Coming up, community meeting Wednesday from 6 to 7. That will include Aspen Valley Hospital update. We'll have a public health and epi update and a vaccine update. A lot of that is really going to be focused on messaging around vaccinations and getting a vaccine, some of the stuff that you've been talking about. The Human Services update will actually be, and Aspen Community Foundation will be talking about the Navigator program that we help seed the funding for. And so they'll be giving an update on that, and then we'll have a moderated Q&A. I think it's also important to note that next week we will be coming up on 1 year since COVID was first identified in Pickens County. You know, it was first identified March 2020, and we're coming up on that second week in March 2021. I think we'll be looking at some ways to mark that, including a message that will hope to Kelly and Patty have chair and vice chair, as well as chair and vice chair of the Board of Health. Greg maybe sign on to a community message marking that. So we're going to work on some language for you all to review by Monday.
Patty.
Yeah, John, as part of that, I think we should acknowledge the members of our community who lost their lives to COVID, like the governor just did with the 6,000 or so people in the state. So I think that would be important to put that into the letter.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we're talking about, Patty, is, you know, balancing the need to memorialize the losses at multiple levels, right? The most significant loss, which is of life. And we've all had losses in dealing with the pandemic of different nature, as well as celebrating our successes as a community. So we're going to try and strike that. No.
Yeah, I think that the biggest point too is acknowledging the efforts of the vaccination clinic and how the public has received it, and how, you know, that was kind of the goal at the beginning, was when we get the vaccine, then we got the vaccine and we geared it up quickly and did so very successfully.
Yeah, and I think it's our ability to scale for large numbers of doses, especially for a small county, is why we're able to get some of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, any questions for John on COVID? All right.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
I guess, John, I would have one question. I'm wondering if our timing is such where Jordana should make these updates to us and free you up. Something to consider.
I will check in on Jordana's time. I've been trying to protect her time a little bit, but certainly you would get a more qualified presentation from your county manager. So I can certainly talk to Jordana. It may be something we could do every other week, even with her, if the board's open to that.
All right, thank you. So we've switched things around a little bit, and we are on to our last item for the day, which is, again, our last item of the day, our telecommunications department update with Jeff Kruger and staff and invited guests. So Jeff, are you guys ready to start a little bit early?
We are, Kelly.
Okay.
Just let me share my screen.
Oh, that's a beautiful view.
How's that look for everyone?
That's beautiful.
That's good.
Great. Well, thank you, Kelly, the chair, and other board members for the opportunity to provide an update on the telecommunications department. I'm going to be covering accomplishments, things that were really big successes for our department in the last year. And I'll also be talking about planned activities that are upcoming in 2021. This is just a really nice picture of the Elephant Mountain communication sites that was taken last year. You've got Redstone in the background and McClure in the background as well. And that's on approach from a helicopter. So that was a fun day. And let me go ahead and get started. First of all, I want to talk about our organization and staff. The telecommunications department is made up of 4 staff members. It includes Michelle McClinton, Jeff Geltz, Drew Peterson, and myself. I'm truly blessed to have a great team. I say that all the time, but I can't put enough emphasis on the dedication and hard work that my team puts out every year. All the accomplishments as well as planned activities would not be possible without their efforts. We do have an FTE that was approved last year, and we currently have an open job requisition out for another telecom person. So we're going to be real excited to grow our team and expand in this coming year. For those of you that don't know, telecommunications department is actually made up of two funds. There's the Translator and Broadband Fund, and there's also the Public Safety Radio Fund. Both of these funds are self-sufficient. We don't rely on the general fund, or at least try not to. The Translator Fund is funded through a dedicated mill levy, and therefore by statute, we do have a telecommunications advisory board. It's made up of 5 citizen volunteers. They do meet quarterly. The Translator Fund and broadband covers both the TV, FM translators throughout the valley. It covers our new TV streaming service, and it covers broadband. The Public Safety Radio Fund is funded by a combination of public safety agencies and radio users. For Pickens County, this includes, the Sheriff's Department, Open Space and Trails, Road and Bridge, contribute to this fund. For outside agencies, it includes Aspen Police and Fire, it includes Basalt Police and Fire, Snowmass Police and Fire. So this is really a collaborative effort that includes not only Pickens County, but also outside agencies in order to fully fund and operate this service. But what this service does is it supports our 911 dispatch center, it supports our two-way radio communications, and a paging system. One of the real key takeaways on this slide is that all of our services operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we have a very small staff, but yet we have to respond to emergencies no matter when they occur. That could be evenings or weekends, and which we do on a number of occasions. I'm going to talk about accomplishments. I'm not going to go over everything on this list. There are a couple items on here just briefly I want to talk about. One is the jail basement move. This was accomplished last year. We actually moved equipment that was in the jail basement that was prone to flooding and had flooded, as some of you may recall, back in 2016, which prompted us to move to the new 911 dispatch center early. Water and electronics don't mix very well. So we finally got around to moving that equipment over to the IT data center that's in the same building. And that involved moving all new cabling, new fiber, running all new cabling up to the tower, which is located on the jail. That was about a 3-week activity that occurred last summer. We also did what's called the Crown Mountain expansion. Crown Mountain is a fairly large facility. It's about 1,000 square feet. We were only using a small portion of it and decided to expand into an open space for commercial use. So we put all of broadband in there, and this required adding new power, adding new air conditioning units, and just making it a space that would be suitable for commercial related expansion. And let me go into these other items. So the pictures on the right show the new Rudai site. This site was completed in October. The site itself includes, let me show my, hold on a minute.
Is that photo
bring up
looking
my
east
laser
then?
pointer if you can see that. But the site includes 2 shelters. One is our equipment shelter. The other is a generator shelter, and it includes an 80-foot tower. This site was really 3 years in the making. We started 3 years ago with a request to the Forest Service to build this site. I think we were really optimistic that at that time, thinking we could get this site approved in a year. It actually took 3 years to approve. It required a full environmental NEMA study, which included both cultural and agricultural and archaeological surveys. All those surveys were completed. The Forest Service finally approved it early last year. One of the stipulations was that we couldn't start construction until August 1st. We started a little bit late due to some delays with the contractor, but started about the 3rd week of August. Again, we completed it in October, and I'm happy to say for the first time ever, the Frying Pan River Valley has public safety radio coverage. And this is just a big deal. We've been getting lots of accolades from the Sheriff's Department as well as Basalt Police, Basalt Fire, that have to occasionally go down that road and now have radio service. In the event that we would have had a fire there in the past, it would have been very difficult to hold communications within that valley. Another added benefit is we installed 6 new FM stations, so we've extended service into that valley, and broadband is now fully operational as of February 15th. And I'm going to get into that in more detail in the next slide.
Greg, did you have a question?
Oh, sorry. I was thinking that's looking east from the top of the mountain that's above the boat launch. Is that right? To the west of the boat launch and I was wondering how close it was to the power line.
Yeah, it is. That is looking that direction, Greg. The power lines are actually there's a main Excel high capacity power line that goes fairly close to that site, probably within about 500 feet or so. Yeah.
Okay, other questions right now for Jeff? Okay, not seeing any.
Okay. Yeah, so let's talk about our broadband phase 2. Phase 1, we installed it the year before last, and that included Elephant, Crown, and Williams. This past year, we did a phase 2 install, which included Ludi and Jackrabbit. We also added some what's called access points. These are really the wireless radios that support broadband. We added some at Elephant, Crown, and Williams. I do want to talk a little bit about some of the delays. So I think most of you know that when we completed the installation of the site in October and then completed broadband installs in November, we anticipated that we would be able to start broadband services by the end of December. Well, it turns out that that didn't happen, didn't go as planned. We ended up changing vendors for one, which led to some issues and a learning curve, if you will. We also had to develop new procedures because of that new vendor. And thirdly, we had an issue with the management software, and this is how the ISPs will access the system and turn up customers. So we started scheduling installs in January, and then after really what turned out to be a couple installs, we just couldn't meet those deadlines and decided to hold off, back off. Let's get this whole thing working, get it working to the 100% satisfaction of each ISP, and then we would start to reschedule installs. And so then we started doing that February 15th. And I'm happy to say so far we have, I believe, 8 customers now. We've only been doing this now for a couple of weeks, but I believe we have 8 customers and a lot more scheduled. So the Valley and the residents in Frying Pan are very excited about this. They're going to have higher speed internet for the very first time. Another thing that was a big accomplishment.
Sorry, Francie, do you have your hand up?
No.
No, okay. It's sort of off screen. I can't totally tell. Sorry.
Yeah, so another thing that was a big accomplishment for us last year was we continued to expand our microwave and fiber system. I thought I'd show a little diagram, if you see this in the center here. Just 5 years ago, this is what our network was. It was 3 microwave hops that went from the jail all the way to Ajax. If the picture on the right shows you what we have today. And I'm just so proud of my team of what they've been able to accomplish in 5 years. This past year, though, what we did is added 5 new microwave hops, one going to the El Chabel Fire Station. We added what's another loop now for redundancy, so we added a microwave hop from Sunlight to Williams. With the new Rudeye site, we added a microwave hop from Sunlight to Rudeye, and also provided redundancy to the landfill by adding a second microwave hop over to the landfill, and then replaced an existing hop from jail to Hunter Creek. We also partnered with the City of Aspen on getting fiber connections to the Red Brick building, as well as Mountain Rescue. So for county government TV, as well as grassroots, we're now digitally streaming those stations back to the jail, and we put them onto our translator system digitally now. We're not doing anything radio frequency anymore. So that was just a kind of a huge project overall for the translator system as well as the county. And we also added a redundant circuit. Currently, we have a Comcast and a CenturyLink circuit that are going to both the North 40 and the City of Aspen meeting centers, and this is providing resiliency for our county internet. And the picture on the left is just we're installing a 6-foot dish. This was a kind of a multi-day effort to get this dish installed on the tower. And this is for the Sunlight to Williams hop. But this was, I think, August of last summer, right when the fires were going on. Another big accomplishment of late, and this was something that was just approved in terms of an emergency resolution, as well as the supplemental, I'm hoping, and that is the Roaring Fork Broadband Middle Mile Fiber Project. And this is the project that is building on a Holy Cross energy initiative to build fiber from Glenwood Springs to Aspen. We teamed with the City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, as well as the Town of Basalt to lease some of that fiber, build a high-capacity network, and also expand that network into Basalt, Snowmass, and Aspen. It connects to Project Thor on both ends, so it's going to be a highly resilient network. And it also, for Pitkin County, is going to provide connections to River Park Center, Southside Landfill, and our Jackrabbit Communications site. The great thing about this is DOLA is funding 50% of the project cost. So we submitted the grant in February after the emergency resolution. We anticipate hearing back probably in late March, maybe early April, if we want or not. And the next item I want to talk about is this is the Roaring Fork Schools Mobile Home Park Broadband Project. And I'm not sure if Jeff Gatelin is on. So Jeff Gatelin, he's the COO of the Roaring Fork School District, and he approached us last year about doing a broadband project El Jebel. And this is really for low-income housing, and that may or may not, for the most part, actually don't have broadband today.
And Jeff,
so I think I've said in the past, that those that had broadband connections were able to keep working and attend classes. Those without broadband connections found themselves more cut off than ever, and this is certainly the case here.
And Jeff, I don't know if you can see everyone on the screen, but Jeff Gatlin is here with us.
And so this is the first production CBRS network, and CBRS is the Citizens Broadband Radio Service. It's a new frequency that the FCC opened up. You're going to start seeing a lot in 5G implementations in cell phones, and in fact, it's now supported in new cell phones. Access points were installed at River Park Center as well as the Roaring Fork Valley El Jebel Station. And Pitkin County installed a microwave from Crown over to the El Jebel Station that allows the interface and internet transfer, if you will, from Basalt to El Jebel. So it'll work on new cell phones and it'll work on a CBRS Wi-Fi router. And hey, Jeff, are you on?
I am on, Jeff. Yep.
So I think Jeff, like I said, Jeff Galen is the COO of the Roaring Fork School District. I know he wanted to say a few words. Go ahead, Jeff.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment and just say thank you to a few folks there with Pitkin County. This is a project that we've been working on for a long time, and just recently have been able to make some really great progress. But we wouldn't have been able to do it without the help of the county providing infrastructure, like Jeff mentioned, that really allows that internet traffic to pass through. I was looking through my emails earlier today, and we started this conversation. I started it with actually Phyllis and Kara over there with the county back in 2017. And just through circumstances and landing on the right technology, it took us quite a while to land on something that works. But main shout out goes to Jeff and his team for really working with us to get this infrastructure stood up. We're providing a completely free internet option to our low-income families across the school district. But the group that's being served in El Jebel and Basalt is some of our highest density areas, and so the benefit that this is going to provide those kids and their families is huge. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you very much for the partnership, for the support. We wouldn't be able to do it without this kind of help, and it's so appreciated knowing it's providing a great service for our kids. So thanks.
Thank you. Wonderful. Is there any questions for Jeff Kruger, Jeff Gatlin on this collaboration? Greg. And then Steve.
Yeah, if you could just give a little bit more detail. I'd never heard of the Citizens Broadband Radio Service. Is that what it's called? Is a little bit more, what all is that?
Yeah, thanks, Greg. So the CBRS it's a new spectrum that was FCC allocated, and it's in the 3.6 gigahertz range. We have been using it actually for our wireless broadband initiative, the Pitkin County Wireless Broadband Initiative, and they just opened up. They basically expanded it. So they allocated 150 megahertz within the 3.6 gig range for what's called CBRS. Like I said, the newer cell phones support CBRS. And it works similar to Wi-Fi, actually. If you're in an area that has access or line of sight to a CBRS tower, it'll show up on your cell phone as it'll look just like Wi-Fi to you. You won't be going through a cell tower, you'll be going through the CBRS spectrum. And it supports, because of its higher frequency, on the 3.6 gig, it provides a higher bandwidth as well. And that's why you're going to start seeing it in a lot of 5G tower implementations. So it's really kind of on the cutting edge. And so, you know, to me, this is pretty amazing that, you know, here we are, a school district in a county, and we're doing something cutting edge on this spectrum that really the cell phone companies are now just starting to do.
Steve?
So this is directed to Jeff Gatelin. I used to drive school bus through Elgerbell and Blue Lake and pick up a lot of kids there. I love those kids. And now that was like a whole generation ago almost, but just picturing that they could have this in all the homes there for the school kids. Now with the pandemic, hopefully it's mostly behind us and kids doing a lot of more in-school things. I could still see the benefit of having it for helping them with homework, or if a student is sick at home, they could still be plugged into the classroom potentially. How do you see this being used now going forward with the pandemic mostly, hopefully behind us, and looking to the future?
Yeah, Steve, that's a good question. And, you know, it's interesting because we started this project pre-COVID. You know, we knew that we had a tremendous need in the community, and then obviously when COVID hit, it certainly ramped up the need and the urgency around this. But you know, I think that we see it in a few ways. You know, we're a one-to-one Chromebook district, grades 3 through 12, so we have a lot of technology. Not all of that's going to the home, but the idea of electronic assignments, accessing electronic materials, continuing learning opportunities when kids leave the walls of our schools is important. And so we just want to make sure that there isn't a connectivity gap for our kids for whatever opportunities they need when they get home, whether it's doing homework, whether it's accessing a passion of theirs, whether it's accessing a specific homework assignment. And so, you know, our goal with this was not only to connect our students who didn't have any internet service, but also to provide it as a free service for families, knowing that that'd be a benefit. If a family could replace the service that they're paying for now with a free service that's providing a high quality experience, we'd want to offer that to them too. And so, yeah, so it has shifted from being an absolute necessity when kids are only accessing instruction at home to a little bit more of a supplemental and continuing the educational experience in the home. But that was kind of our goal all along, and certainly something that we still want to try to continue towards.
Okay, thanks a bunch for that.
Yep.
I'm really glad to see it.
Well, we really appreciate the help.
And Jeff, I wonder, does the school district provide the devices that they need?
Yeah, so we actually partnered with a couple nonprofits, Aspen Community Foundation in Manaus, that provided dollars for the actual device. So we're providing the device itself in the home, and then the service is free too. So yeah, it's a completely free bundle, not only the hardware itself, but the service too.
Okay, great, that's fantastic. Any other questions on this? All right, Jeff Kruger, back to you.
All right, thank you, Jeff Galen. That was great. I appreciate it. And the feeling is mutual. I was just a great partnership and a great relationship working with Jeff and his team.
All right, thanks again, and I'll sign off. Appreciate it.
Bye, Jeff. Take care. Stay well.
So let's talk about our 2021 planned activities. We have a lot on our list, and well, let's just get started. So probably the biggest item we have going for 2021 is the Thomasville site build. The picture here shows the Thomasville site as well as the some of the interior electronics. The Thomasville site itself is about 50 years old now, we think. Roughly the early 70s time frame is when it was built. So it's basically a wood stick shack. There are multiple towers that have just kind of grown over the years. No real plan. And in fact, wires are just literally strewn between towers and dangling. It's really a hazard. The shelter itself is just, it's beyond repair. It's just decaying. It's rodent infested. The towers also are very old. They're not climbable. I will not have anybody on my team climb them. I don't trust them. The site, we had to do what's called a maintenance upgrade with the Forest Service. So it was relatively painless because there's a site already here. They approved it within a year. They gave us our final decision memo just recently. And we plan on doing construction starting August 1st. And again, Forest Service for this site says we can't start until August 1st, so hopefully we'll be pretty close to that. We also plan on replacing all the translator gear. This site serves translator today, but we're going to add broadband, and we're going to also add public safety into this site as well. So it will have expanded services. The pictures on the right show a conceptual design of the new site. We're going to replace all those smaller 20 to 25 foot towers with a single 40-foot self-supporting tower. And for this particular site, we're not planning to use an equipment shelter. We're going to use cabinets. We don't have that much equipment at this site. The site requires helicopter to support construction. So we tried to look at every way we could to lower the weight. And by using a cabinet, we can actually do a fairly simple helicopter lift as opposed to trying to do a large shelter. We actually put the RFP out for construction last December, and we anticipate the award here in the next week or two. This site was funded partially by DOLA, so it's a 50% DOLA grant. That was awarded for us a couple of years ago.
So I have a question, Jeff. On this site, so we now have radio and broadband up to Route I. Will putting this site now connect us from beyond Route I up to Thomasville?
It does. So this I'll show you a picture here shortly of our full microwave, another microwave expansion. And so we will be connecting this site to Route I as well as Sunlight and create another loop. And that's really important for the Route I site because the Route I site is our public safety site and right now is a single point of failure. And so by adding two additional microwaves, we'll create a loop, and that'll help mitigate any microwave link failure that would then bring down all of public safety. The next one I want to talk about is our Upper Red remodel. So we're not going to do a full site rebuild for this site. The site itself was built with a underground culvert. So if you can see the picture on the right, it's actually kind of a corrugated steel structure that's round in circumference, and it was buried at the site. And one of the reasons why they originally did that is because it's a solar-only site, so they didn't have to run air conditioning. Electronic equipment generates heat, which in turn requires cooling. And so this was a way to help mitigate the need for air conditioning units. So we're going to keep this structure. We're just going to simply remodel it. So we're going to completely gut it, tear everything out, and redo the interior, put in all new racks and all new equipment. For the solar panels, this was quite not sure what was going on here when this was all developed, but it's just different arrays, different sizes, no conformity, difficult to find replacement panels. Also difficult to find replacement panels in the sizes. You can see that we have multiple sizes in use, and we want to just clean it up. So let me show you what we're thinking. So the picture on the right is kind of conceptually what we're thinking about replacing. This is not 100%, but it would be 2 rows of 15 panels, non-reflective. So one of the problems too with the existing site is if you are skiing, you can occasionally see the glare off these panels. And this is something the Forest Service wants us to mitigate. And so we're going to go with a blacked out panel that's non-reflective. We're going to set it back a little farther too, so you can't see it. One of the things too is we're going to add a tilt adjustment. Solar panels for our latitude, it's really, there's an optimal angle to depending on whether it's summer or winter. And so we're going to add a tilt adjustment such that we can actually optimize it for winter conditions and then optimize it for summer conditions. We're also going to be replacing the panels. The panels today range anywhere from about 110 to 160 watts. And we're going to be replacing those with high capacity 400 watt panels. Again, we're going to completely remodel the equipment shelter. We plan on replacing the lead acid batteries. Lead acid is just a pain. They're not environmentally friendly. They weigh a lot. They're no fun to deal with. We're going to use lithium batteries. They are environmentally friendly. They have a much longer shelf life of about 25 to 30 years. And they're high energy density. We're also going to replace the solar controller as well as the inverter. And we're going to add a remote management capability such that we can manage it from anywhere. And then we're going to add a new high capacity microwave. And this is just some, I just thought I'd throw this in there. This is really just some interesting facts on Upper Red in case, you need some trivia today. And at 10,416 feet, it is the highest solar-powered FM radio site in the United States. And with our new capacity of 12 kilowatts, it will be the second largest FM solar site in the United States. And the #1 site is a site in Towson, Mexico called KTAOS. There's your trivia for the day.
You know, at 4:45 after a long day, we could use trivia.
And so when I put this package together, I was thinking about this last week. So I added this slide into your package. But I thought it was kind of important to show where we've come in 5 years. So 5 years ago, we kind of embarked on this journey to completely modernize our communication infrastructure. So this is really the 30,000-foot view of all of our sites. So I went back and looked at a budget presentation that we had 5 years ago. And this is the chart on the left is the chart that was in there. And as you can see, our sites were failing. These were public safety sites and critical sites, and the infrastructure was either, for the most part, in the poor condition or fair condition state. So we proceeded to start prioritizing what sites needed to be replaced first. We went out, we gathered funding from other public safety agencies. We went after DOLA grants wherever possible, because all these sites are expensive and they're huge capital investments. And so getting the money to do it all was quite a task in itself. But I'm happy to say that at the end of 2021, our anticipated site condition table will be the one on the right. Upper Red Mountain, we believe it's going to go from, I say it's going to go from poor to good. I can't put it into the excellent category because we plan on replacing the tower. So the tower needs to be replaced. That's in our 5-year plan, and we plan to do that within 5 years, and that'll move that to the excellent category. Also, the Ajax site on the top of Aston Mountain is a site that we've been putting off. It's functioning. It does its job. We can't expand it. The tower can't hold any more antennas or dishes, and but that's also going to plan to be replaced in the next 5 to 6 years. So this is certainly adequate. This will get us by, but we will be in excellent category with all this within the next one.
Steve.
Yes, Steve.
I remember that chart from 2016 with the mostly red on there, and I always enjoyed every year's sort of progress report where there was less red and more green on there. And it's been an annual event that you have done an amazing job with your team to replace the equipment and put in new towers and all of that. And it just shows, this is a really graphic example of the progress that we have made. And many thanks to DOLA for their grant money they've given us, and to the county for supporting this the whole way. It totally makes it a safer place for everybody, and gives everybody a lot better telecommunication systems at their homes. We have all these remote valleys here in the county that are kind of hard to reach, but you can see that that's why we have so many different sites, I think. If we were out in the prairie, we could probably just have one site would cover everybody in the whole county, but this is a little more complex than that. So thanks a bunch, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Well, and I would chime in, thanks to the taxpayers, because they passed a mill levy between now and then, if I remember correctly, or in 2015. Do you know what year that was, Jeff?
Then they broadened the existing language.
Exactly.
Yeah, but actually, Kelly, the mill levy for the translator fund was passed in late 1990. Mm-hmm. So the mill levy has been around for some time. What did pass, I think maybe what you're referring to is what did pass was using part of the mill levy to facilitate broadband services. So that's what came up, I believe, in 2016. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments for Jeff on this? Nope. Oh, Greg, go ahead.
All right. So
sorry, Greg.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff. Just a quick question on FM translators. Are we expanding the capacity for FM radio like, could we add stations to the mix, for instance? Is that something that's a possibility or an expanded possibility with this, the system as you're building it?
It's certainly possible within the design and of all of our sites for growth. One of the issues is the FCC has kind of put a moratorium on new FM translator licenses. So they're not adding any more at this time. That could change, and if it does change, we could certainly add more.
And that it would take a license. Say we wanted to bring in, not start a station, but bring in a radio station from somewhere, Amsterdam or whatever. And could you put would that require a license for that particular translator on that particular tower? Is that how it works?
It would, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, good question.
But it sounds as if the 5G and the broadband we're getting is almost so ubiquitous that maybe we all have transistor radios in our cell phones now, and you could have I guess you could do it anyway. You could stream stream a radio station from anywhere, anytime through your phone, and that might get easier throughout the county now. Is that right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, you know, I think, you know, my younger son doesn't know what a radio is. He streams everything. So that's, you know, that's just the nature of this business, is everything's going digital and people are streaming. So.
Steve?
Thank you.
So Greg, there actually is an app called Radio Garden, which I recently downloaded on my phone. And you can pick up these radio stations all around the whole world that are streamed. I don't know how the technology works. Jeff probably understands it, but to me it is mind-boggling.
It's magic, isn't it? Yeah, I know about that one. Yeah.
Yes, Francie.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for this presentation and for all the work you guys have done. It's pretty amazing. I have a question about the Crystal River Valley. I still have some people over here who are saying that they don't have consistent cell coverage and they can't really attend Zoom meetings very well, and things are going in and out. And I'm wondering what your view of the status is in the Crystal River Valley and what the future might be in the next little while.
Yeah, you know, one of the problems with, is this broadband you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, so, you know, one of the issues with broadband, and I'm going to talk about this right at the end, but one of the issues with broadband is it requires line of sight or near line of sight to the tower. And so there were a couple of instances of residents that are in the Crystal River that had services installed, but they were right on the edge of being able to get a good connection. And subsequently, they may have signed up, and I know of a couple of examples where they signed up for a 40 meg package. Well, we couldn't deliver 40 meg because they were just right on the edge. And so we had to downgrade them to a 10 meg package. And in some cases, we had to say, we can't reliably connect you because you just don't have good line of sight to the tower. And I know that's got to be frustrating for some residents that are living there, but that is really our prerequisite for getting broadband services. And unfortunately, because of the geography, we're in a mountainous area, and you're connecting homes that are in valleys that follow the river, which winds up and down the valley, and so you have pockets of homes that just will never have service with our broadband network.
Sorry, Francie, you are on mute.
Sorry about that. What alternatives do they have? Is there any way to get internet to them?
And what's the question? I'm sorry?
Is there any other way to get internet access to them? What alternatives do they have?
So, well, I'm going to bring up something. If you hold off right to the end,
okay.
I'm going to bring up an idea that Greg Poshman has put forward.
Okay,
so
great.
Give me a couple slides here, Francie, and I'll talk about it.
I will wait.
Okay. So I want to talk about our planned microwave fiber expansion for this coming year. We continue to build on this network. It's been highly successful. Every single one of our sites is connected either by fiber or microwave. So we can now remote manage any site. In the past, when there was a problem, we actually had to go there, try to figure out what was wrong. And some of these sites are very difficult to get to in the middle of the winter, especially, or a site that may require helicopter access. So in some instances, sites could be down for weeks because we just couldn't have access. But now we can remotely connect to these sites. We can, in a lot of cases, make changes on the fly, reboot systems, and get them functioning again, right from our office. So this has just been a kind of a huge benefit to this entire microwave system. For this next year, we will be adding, I think Kelly, you brought this up, but we will be adding a microwave link to Thomasville, as well as another one over to Sunlight. So we will be creating this loop here. So we can, if any one of these links fails, we're completely still up and running. We're also creating a link to the Thomasville Fire Station, as well as what's called BFD 44. This is the old Snowmass Fire Station. And this is through a partnership with the Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue District. And they approached us and wanted to see if we could expand our system to build out microwave to their remote fire stations. And so we agreed that they're actually funding this effort. They're funding it, we're putting them in. So this has really been a good collaboration with the Roaring Fork Fire District. And we're also going to be replacing a link once we remodel Upper Red. We're going to replace the link to the jail with high capacity. For fiber, under the Roaring Fork Fiber Broadband Project, assuming that gets approved and funded by DOLA, we do plan to add fiber connections to River Park Center and Southside, as well as the town of Snowmass Village communication site and the Jackrabbit site, and then we will be running a fiber connection over to the landfill. So this will just improve overall throughput as well as redundancy for the county internet. And the last thing I want to talk about, so this is something that Greg approached us with a while back, and that was, you know, what's going on with Starlink. So Starlink is a constellation of low Earth orbit satellites. It was spearheaded by Elon Musk, and I assume that anything Elon Musk does is going to be successful. But he started out launching roughly 50 to 60 satellites at a time. And so services were originally only available in northern latitudes, so either Canada, Minnesota, Michigan, some of those areas. But now they've launched enough satellites, they put up 1,000. The target goal, though, is 12,000 satellites. So they have a ways to go, but they now have started offering beta evaluation programs to lower latitudes, and this includes Colorado. So staff have signed up for a beta test program. We were told that we would receive our package probably in mid to late 2021, but my staff fully intends to set this up, evaluate it, see what the download speeds are, see what the latency is, see if there's any times during the day that it just drops off, and report back to you. So that's kind of our plan. Is we once we get our data package, we're going to evaluate it and then report back to you, hopefully at a work session later this year. This is something that could solve, Francie, what you're referring to for people that do not have line of sight to a tower. It's a little pricey right now. I think this will come down, but the cost for the dish and the router is it's $500, and then it's a $99 a month fee. So it's a little pricier than what we charge for our broadband services. But like I said, I think those prices will probably come down once they start mass producing.
Hey, Jeff, could multiple households...
We are encouraging the public...
Sorry, Jeff, I have a question. Could multiple households join in on that cost? So if we're talking about a packet of homes that just doesn't have line of sight, could they share in that resource?
It's basically a dish. To see the picture on the right, it's a small dish that goes on your roof. So, and then there's a router that goes in your home, which provides Wi-Fi. So not likely that you would want to share it between homes. Not saying that you couldn't.
Patty has a question.
Yeah, Jeff, I have a question. I don't know if you know the answer, but maybe Greg does. So I have a couple questions. Does Elon Musk have to pay for satellite space, or does he just get to shoot them up there for free? I mean, like we have people pay for spaces that when they, put things up in the county. The second thing is how are they maintained, and what happens when you have 30,000 or more than that floating up there, and how do they bring them down when they're no longer in service, or do they just continue? I'm just concerned about all the garbage we have flying around in space right now, and if it doesn't go up, it's going to come down, and that could be a real hazard to people who are living on land in this world. So I'm concerned about those basic fundamentals, and you don't need to answer it now. I'm sure Greg will send me some information, but I think it's a bit concerning to have more stuff floating around up there that we don't have control over as far as licensing it or making sure they clean up space when they're done with it.
I could answer a little bit of that. The FCC approved 12,000 satellites. So that's what the FCC approved.
But we don't know the conditions of those
so
approvals.
He's going within FCC guidelines on this in terms of what he plans to launch. Also, as far as satellite, end of life, these satellites are already lowered in orbit. They're very small in size, actually, and they completely decay upon entry. Upon re-entry, they completely decay in orbit. They will not. They're small enough to where nothing will actually hit or penetrate atmosphere and hit the Earth.
All right, I'm going to hold you to that.
Hey, Patty, if I could, Kelly. Oh, sorry.
No, Greg, it's okay. Go ahead, comment on this, and then Steve had his hand up.
Okay, very, very quickly, just in order to put your mind at ease, Patty, Amazon, Jeff Bezos has a plan for a network of equally as many satellites to launch. And there's also a Chinese network that's a global satellite network. And so there's currently a race between all these different entities to get a network because, and it includes a renewed GPS network of satellites. So there are a lot of satellites up there. Jeff says they do burn up on reentry if that's any consolation. But I just wanted to refer you to the series of dystopian science fiction movies called The Terminator. And it all comes down to it's called the Skynet satellite network, which is very similar to this when they conceived that as the network that would have the mind that would take over the planet. So you can watch a couple of those movies and then try to get a good night's sleep.
All right, we're after 5 here.
And we need to cut it off. I just had to add that.
Steve, please go ahead.
So I was going to do a tongue-in-cheek thing that there would be a new line of work for county FTEs to be space cowboys and go up and fix those satellites on site in the space. But I'm actually now plugged into Williams Hill for both our broadband and the grassroots TV, which we haven't used that for years, but we're using it again. Williams Hill does not move around, and I think it's a lot more reliable maybe than 12,000 satellites going around up in space, and we are line of sight to the Williams Hill Tower, so it's working great for us. And Jeff, just to report to you, in 2 months that I've been on the broadband, I've only been dropped one time for some reason, I don't know why we were dropped, but the service has been so much better than it was off of our previous satellite service. And we're really appreciating the county broadband system.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Steve.
All right.
All right, any other final questions for Jeff?
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay, really great to see you.
That wraps
Thanks
up my
for coming.
presentation, so thank you all for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Oh, well, we asked you, so thank you for coming with the thorough update. Thank you.
So,
Okay, BOCC, great long day with you all, and is there anything else for the good of the order?
Yes, it was good to see you all. Good night.
Okay. All right, if you haven't voted in the city election, you still have 2 hours over at City Hall.
I don't think anybody, everyone in the town can, but none of these three can.
That's right. All right, thank you. We will see you guys next Tuesday for our work session.
All right, thanks, guys.
And
Have a
for the
good weekend.
community tomorrow night at 6.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you, Grassroots.
Thanks, Terry. Did you get my text?
Goodbye.
Whatever it was I sent you?
Yes, thank you.